Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Right. Thank you very much for that. Welcome to this meeting of Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council on the 13th of February 2023. Principally budget setting meeting, but obviously there are other matters that members will want to discuss. First of all, agenda item 1, the evacuation procedures. As I say, thank you for attending the meeting. I do appreciate the public coming along this evening. There is no fire drill expected this evening, but if the alarm does sound, then please leave via the nearest fire exits, either at the back of the public gallery there or through the 2 entrances at the front here, and gather at the former Virgin Money Bank across the street, please. Item 2, apologies. I've received apologies from Councillor Harbison and Councillor Downs. Are there any other apologies that have not been noted of? Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Phillips's apologies, please, and Councillor Shepherd is running a little late.
Any others? No, those are then noted, thank you. Moving on, minutes of the council meeting which took place. First of all, there's 3 lots of minutes to go through here. The first one was the 14th of December 2022. I'll take these en bloc if members are content. Also, the 2 council meetings on the 12th of January 2023, the extraordinary council meeting with the management restructure, and again on the 12th of January 2023, the extraordinary meeting in reference to Bedworth Civic Hall on the main agenda. So, are members happy, content that the record is correct? And I'll sign those minutes. Thank you. Moving on then, declarations of interest, agenda item 4. Are there any additional declarations of interest that are not declared in the agenda? No, I'm sure members will speak up if they realise there's any interest that come about. Thank you. Item 5, announcements. I have no further announcements at this point, but I think Councillor Wilson, leader, you wanted to make an announcement.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Yes, I do have one announcement. Tomorrow, we will be launching the name of the Abbey Street development, which will be live streamed through Facebook, and the details will be published on Facebook and our other social media channels. And I do hope that residents will be able to watch online and also through YouTube afterwards to see what the new development in Abbey Street will be called, because I think it's a very exciting prospect moving forwards. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Moving on to agenda item 6, public participation. We have a number of questions from the public, and I'll take them in order that they've been received. Question 1, Mr Alan Baxter. If you'd like to ask your question as printed, thank you. Do you have you got a microphone? Oops, just hold fire a moment, please. Okay, sorry about that,
Hi.
Mr Baxter. If you'd like to ask your question.
Is that okay? Yeah, okay. I was wondering if you could just update us as to the value of the monetary reserves held by the Borough Council. And also, I think the general public and even some of the councillors present would benefit from being told what the spending criteria are for the financial reserves and how they may be used to fund projects and activities within the borough.
Thank you, Mr Baxter, and I believe that is to Portfolio Holder for Finance and Corporate, Mr Croft. Sorry, Councillor Croft.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Mr Baxter for his question. His question is so pertinent to the main business under discussion tonight that I'm actually going to refer him to the budget statement I'll be making in a few minutes' time, which will address his points, because I'm going to be speaking for a long time anyway, and I'd rather not repeat myself.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, it's a long meeting, but there is a lot of financial information coming forward, so hopefully... Okay. We can make sure you get a written response as part of the question. Moving on then to question 2, Mr Peter Smith. You've submitted a question also, if you'd like to ask your question.
Right. Given the current local housing allowance rate of a single room with shared facilities is £112.77, how can the Housing Benefit Team justify awarding £469 a week for this service? Claimants have no part in the process, nor can they question the amount or the service they are given for such a large amount of money claimed in their name. With the Cabinet proposing to raise this charge by 32% in the new budget, I've reported this to Nuneaton and Bedworth's Benefit Fraud team and hope to hear from them soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Smith. I think goes to the Portfolio Holder for Housing and Communities, Councillor Clay Golby.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The question that was actually submitted did reference NABCEL, so the answer is in response to NABCEL. And the proposal to increase temporary homelessness accommodation charges relates solely to the accommodation provided by the council. It does not apply to any other temporary accommodation that is utilised by the council and therefore does not apply to NABCEL, as per the question. The increase in the charge reflects the increase in operational costs associated with providing this accommodation and is included but not limited to salaries, utilities and maintenance costs, etc., etc. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Golby. Third question is from Mrs Condacor. If you'd like to ask your question, please.
Thank you. I regularly see in council papers that there is antisocial behaviour in this place or that place. No one in our borough wants to see or be subject to antisocial behaviour, but are alarmed at the reduction in activities for young people, notably the recent demolition of the skate park in the Miners' Welfare Park in Bedworth. You seem to be anti-skateboarding, anti-cycling, anti-water sports. Will the leader of the council commit to producing an action plan for increasing responsible, constructive activities for the young people across the borough?
Thank you, Mrs Condacor. Councillor Wilson, you want to respond?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'm delighted to reply to Mrs Condacor's question, as it gives me a great opportunity to highlight all of the wonderful work we have been doing in our borough to enhance our offer to our young people. And as can clearly be demonstrated, Mrs Condacor is, as usual, wide of the mark. Our commitment can be evidenced from day one of this Conservative administration. I gave a clear instruction as soon as we took control that we would bid for the Levelling Up Fund and that it had to be for Bedworth. We all know that the leisure centre there is well past its best and we need to replace it as soon as we can. The new physical activity hub will deliver a range of indoor and outdoor facilities for young people, including new planned facilities for cycling, skate park, pump track, all-weather football and many other outdoor opportunities. Furthermore, we delivered mountain bike trails, county standards floodlit netball courts and have provided improvements to the tennis bowls and cricket facilities in the Miners' Welfare Park, all of which are being enjoyed by thousands of people, young and old, from across our borough. And that's not all, Mr. Mayor. Over the last 12 months, we have installed, or are about to install, brand new play equipment in the following areas: Borkington Recreation Ground, Kersley, Stockingford Recreation Ground, Marston Lane in Wembrook, Bedworth Miners Park, Montana Walk, Riversley Park and Newdigate Park. This has been possible because of this Conservative administration investing in our parks and young people. We spent money that was squirreled away by the last administration that should have been spent for the benefit of the residents. And we invested £50,000 extra into our parks and open spaces last year. And tonight, we go further. Not only will we make the £50,000 extra spending towards our parks and open spaces a permanent part of the budget, rather than the one-off spend we did last year, we will now expand that to £75,000. This means that more parks and open spaces that were neglected by Labour for decades will now have the opportunity to have some much-needed upgrades. In the last month, Cabinet have agreed the complete replacement and upgrade of Buttermere Park. This is funded by the contributions that developers have had to pay from their extensive developments in St Nicholas Ward. This ensures that the areas that have taken significant housing and paid the price for Labour's borough plan will finally get something to improve the area for existing residents. Mr. Mayor, I think all of the above goes to show how seriously this Conservative administration takes improving the availability of decent and safe play equipment for the young people of Nuneaton and Bedworth. But above all, this Conservative administration takes safety seriously. Councillor Gutteridge will respond in more detail later, but I cannot emphasise enough that the decision to remove the skate park in Bedworth was made because an independent report was categorically clear. It was unsafe, at the end of its useful life, and had to be removed immediately. That was their recommendation, not ours. If we had tried to ignore that recommendation, not that officers could have allowed me to do that legally, I would have been guilty of negligence and putting the safety of our youngsters in danger. There was a real possibility that serious injury could be caused by continued use of the park. I am not prepared to risk a child being injured, and I would hope that Mrs. Condacor would agree with that. And I can confirm, Mr. Mayor, that this safety-first policy applies equally to our use of our watercourses and spaces. Anyone who wishes to engage in water sports is welcome to partake in what is a greatly enjoyable sport, but water sports should always be undertaken in safe spaces and not put someone at risk. We cannot make that guarantee at any of our sites. The tragedy that we saw in Solihull over Christmas clearly demonstrates these dangers. When you go in the water, you never know what is there. A dangerous undercurrent could take you in seconds. The temperature could overwhelm you at any moment. When you start panicking, this makes an already dangerous situation worse. Unfortunately, this can and does lead to fatalities. Not on our watch, Mr. Mayor. Enjoy yourselves in accredited and designated facilities, not in our rivers or open water bodies. As for a plan, we have been working on one for months. The Parks team have been working on a play and open space strategy which will be coming forward in the near future. This was yet another neglected area which we inherited from the Labour Party. There were no plans for the future of Nuneaton and Bedworth. And, Mr. Mayor, I believe that sums it up perfectly. Under Labour, there was no plan for Nuneaton and Bedworth and the young people of our borough. Under this Conservative administration, we have been working tirelessly to put right the decades of neglect that we inherited and put forward the vision, ambition and aspiration that our residents rightly deserve.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. That moves us on to agenda item 7, questions by members. First question I have from Councillor Colin Cape, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Council have a long history of affiliation with the local armed forces, going back to the Fleet Air Arm during World War II, the artillery, now Royal Signals up at Bramcote. The Veterans Contact Point, which is established in the town, led the way in the county. Royal British Legion support our Remembrance Day services, and of course there's the world-famous Bedworth Armistice. Most recently, a Royal Signals Association was formed up at Bramcote, and many other groups, including breakfast clubs, meet regularly. We as a council historically achieved gold status for the Armed Forces Covenant, a very important thing. But let's not rest on our laurels. What the council are going to do to build upon this and establish a greater long relationship, and what are we particularly going to do in this coronation year to celebrate veterans and serving personnel in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cape. Councillor Golby, did you wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are hugely proud of our AFC gold status, and in line with the continued commitment in supporting our armed forces community, we're going to be arranging Armed Forces Community Champions training for staff and members for the first time since 2019, which we are hoping can take place during Armed Forces Week. We're working closely with the VCP, their Veterans Contact Point, about offering their Nuneaton and Bedworth staff and volunteers access to additional development opportunities, which will benefit individuals and families. Staff from housing and communities regularly attend the WCC AFC meetings, and we also continue to contribute to the work programme aimed at engaging and supporting the armed forces in the community. We're exploring funding opportunities that will allow us to deliver community events alongside relevant organisations, and plans for celebrating the coronation are in the early stages of planning.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. Question 2, Councillor Kyle Evans, please.
Mr Mayor, at the last full council meeting, the council resolved that the Leader of the Opposition should, within 10 working days, present his alternative funding model to confirm how the Labour group would fund the immediate reopening of the Bedworth Civic Hall. Can the Leader of the Council confirm whether any such proposal has been received from the Leader of the Opposition?
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Wilson, are you wishing to respond to that?
Quite simply, Mr Mayor, not to my knowledge.
Supplementary question, Councillor Evans.
In light of the Leader of the Council's response, would he therefore agree with me that it was somewhat disingenuous of the Bedworth Labour Party to tell residents that they would indeed reopen the Civic Hall?
Councillor Wilson, did you wish to respond?
I would indeed agree with Councillor Evans that if Bedworth Labour have been going around telling residents that they have a plan to immediately reopen the Civic Hall financially, then that is, in my view, misleading them. Although I do await with bated breath, Mr Mayor, to see what proposals are put forward later tonight by the opposition, if they do intend to actually reopen the Civic Hall, and how they will fund this on a sustainable basis.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Moving on, question 3, Councillor Damon Brown, please, if you ask your question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Like many members on this side of the chamber, I was surprised to hear that the skate park in Bedworth Miners Welfare Park had to be closed. The ramps removed because they'd deteriorated to the point where they'd become dangerous. Can the portfolio holder please provide some additional information about the circumstances that led to the closure, on the advice of the independent assessment that was carried out on the skate park equipment?
Councillor Guttridge, did you wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Brown. It should be noted that it was always the intention to replace the skate park facility as part of the Bedworth Physical Activity Hub project. Once it was confirmed that the Bedworth Physical Activity Hub was to be paused, the Parks and Green Space team contacted several metal stake park manufacturers to get quotes for carrying out an inspection of the Miners Welfare Park skate park. The contractor was chosen and carried out the inspection on the 27th of January. The contractor contacted the council on the 30th of January by telephone to inform us that the findings of the inspection would be due as soon as possible, and highlighted that the ramps were unsafe and needed to be decommissioned. Officers contacted a contractor to meet out on site on the 31st of January to look at the ramps and assess a possible safe way of decommissioning them as soon as possible. 1st of February, the final report was received from the contractor with a residential risk of 25 or very high. 25 is the top. It was very unsafe. It was unsafe. The main issues were that all the noses of the ramps were sinking or protruding significantly from the tarmac surface, creating dangerous trip hazards. In addition to the trip hazards, they highlighted other issues with denting on the ramp decks and splitting of the ramps due to corrosion. Taking all these issues into account and the age of the facility, 20 years plus, it's been outside all its working life, rain, sun, frost, snow. They concluded that the structure, that it was not structurally or financially viable to keep the skate park open. Upon receiving the report, council officers commissioned the contractor to remove the skate park, which they did at the earliest time available, Monday the 6th of February. The ramps were removed in half a day and the site was swept by our colleagues in Refuge and Cleansing that afternoon. Council officers will ensure that we will tarmac the surface is filled as soon as possible. And I'd just like to inform people we have met with contractors on site already and are waiting for a price. The report concluded that the safety risk 25, I'll repeat it because it's frightening, 25 was very high. It's the highest we can, unfortunately, which could lead to accidents and permanently disabilities for our young people, which I do not want in this borough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Guttridge. Point of order? I'd like to...
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I request this matter be referred to a subcommittee, obviously the appropriate scrutiny committee, for discussion about the future of the skate park? Thank you.
Thank you. Does that... Yeah. Councillor Wright. You wish to second that?
Yes, seconded.
It's a straight vote on this one, members. So you've heard the proposal. Proposal is that this matter is referred to as scrutiny committee. So those in favour of the proposal? 2, 3. So it's in favour of the proposal to refer this matter to the scrutiny committee. I'm looking for those in favour. 5. Those against? That's lost. Sorry, moving on. Question 4, Councillor Brett Beetham. I'd like to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At the NBBC Audit and Standards Committee meetings on the 10th of January, Councillor Condacor claimed that he has made representations to auditors over legal expenses for Councillor Claire Golby's legal costs for defamation. At the 31st of January NBBC Audit and Standards Committee meetings, scrutinising the latest audit report, Councillor Condacor again stated that issues like the paying the legal costs of a deputy leader over the defamation stuff. Both of these meetings were public meetings on the council which I attended and were broadcast on the council's YouTube channel. There's also been social media posts by Councillor Condacor made to the same effect. Can Councillor Golby please provide some clarity to members and residents on these claims which have been made?
Thank you, Councillor Beetham. Councillor Golby, do you wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'd be happy to provide some clarity on this. The question, yes, I'm aware of these comments that have been made by Councillor Condacor. It's just the next round in what seems to be obsessive and continuing efforts to drag my name through the mud with half-truths and smears. So, you know, Pravda would be proud of some of the stuff that's been put out recently. And it's ironic that Councillor Condacor is the person bringing this up because it's in fact him who was threatening to sue me for defamation. I wasn't going to mention this, and I've kept quiet about this for quite some time. But now it's being publicly spoken about by Councillor Condacor. I think the only right thing is that I should put forward my side of events. So, on the 13th of January 2022, I received an email from solicitors explaining they were acting on behalf of Councillor Condacor, who had instructed them to write to me with regards to a claim for libel. My alleged libelous action had been carried out in March 2021 in the form of a tweet, which did not name anyone. However, Councillor Condacor felt that inference alone was sufficient to seek legal recourse, albeit some 310 days or 10 months after the offending tweet, the supposed offending tweet, was posted. The letter then went on to issue what I can only call a list of demands that I must comply with in order for Councillor Condacor not to continue to pursue me in court. The demands were quite honestly ridiculous and included payment for hurt feelings. I, of course, spoke to the legal team here at the council and was informed that given the context of the threatened action, I would be covered by the council's insurance, and by extension, the excess would also be covered. I must admit, until that point, I didn't even know about this insurance at all. So, every day's a school day. A legal representative was engaged and a response was issued pointing out that your client, Councillor Condacor, threats of libel action against our client, me, appeared to be, with respect, a rather chilling attempt to curb free speech and undermine an elected councillor giving her view of a matter, something that will have been all the more relevant given the tweet was posted on International Women's Day. 10 months on, your client is now threatening our client for telling the truth and speaking her mind on a global day celebrating the social, economic, cultural and political achievements of women. We also note that your client is very happy to indulge in incendiary language, some of which could be deemed to be highly defamatory, such as references to our clients as Nuneaton's most extreme right-wing councillor, likening local Conservatives to Nazis, and levelling unfounded allegations that local Conservatives cheat on their expenses and cheat during elections. Put in the wider context, Councillor Condacor displays a level of audacity in complaining about the actions of our client and threatening her with legal proceedings. This was an opportunity for Councillor Condacor to stop. However, he didn't. I then received a subsequent legal letter from his solicitors. Eventually, we get to the nub of the issue. Allegedly, the tweet I posted resulted in the loss of an election and subsequent loss of prestige and money associated to him holding that seat. Another response was sent, and basically, to put it simply, it was queried whether the client had suffered serious harm to his reputation as a result of the tweet. And it was also worth noting that mechanisms for challenging election results are in place. And Councillor Condacor had not pursued these, but instead waited 10 months after the election to raise the prospect of a defamation claim against me. It's also worth noting that my colleagues many times have publicly called out Councillor Condacor's behaviour. They've raised his bullying both in this chamber, to his face, and on social media platforms, as have members of the public. Councillor Condacor has not attempted to litigate against those who, during the election, he publicly accused of conducting a smear campaign against him, or indeed, he has not had his solicitor send legal letters to the person who actually beat him at the ballot box either. That was Councillor Tromans. The common theme with these people, they're all men. No wonder my tweet on International Women's Day annoyed him. He's not pursued men for thousands of pounds for hurting his feelings. He's pursued me. It's unclear. My solicitors have queried and said it was unclear why he contended that me, our client, an elected female councillor should be barred from expressing her views on the conduct of another elected councillor. We would welcome further clarity on this point. Councillor Kandaka, however, did not have the courage of his convictions. He did not follow through with legal threats of taking me to court if I didn't cough up the cash. I've noticed that Councillor Kondakora has started posting about legal issues on Facebook, with one recent post stating, "I've had lots of problems with Councillor Golby, which has cost me real money in taking legal advice." No, you chose to spend that money on frivolous legal action, trying to sue me over a tweet. You chose to do that. Not me. I didn't make you do it. You chose to do that. It's just astounding how you're always the victim or the victor, but you're never the villain, are you? Finally, I'd like to thank Councillor Beetham for this question, as it's given me the opportunity to speak publicly about some, but not all, believe it or not all of the behaviour I'm having to deal with on an almost weekly basis. I've been the subject of more than my fair share of misogynistic behaviour, attempts at smears and falsehoods propagated across many platforms by a certain few people, both political and not. You may remember that the last full council, the police were here to intervene on a similar matter. No one should have to put up with this. No one. But apparently I do. Again, the common theme, I'm a woman. I will not capitulate or be cowed by this sort of commentary from these sorts of individuals. Those who attempt to domineer and feign victimhood to avoid justifiable criticism, or those who throw around wild accusations but don't like it when they are challenged to provide evidence. And the ones that align with these people are equally as culpable. So to be absolutely clear, as councillors, we are all covered by insurance policies of this council, including you, Councillor Kondaka. One of those policies for legal cover. Like most insurance covers, there is an excess to be paid on any insurance claim, as a financially responsible organisation, there's a budget set aside to cover insurance excesses of all kinds, including legal claims. Councillor Kondaka threatened to sue me. I qualified for this cover. If he doesn't want the council to spend money on legal protection, maybe he should stop sending legal letters.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. Just a moment. Sorry, Councillor Condacor, what's the point of order?
Would the Mayor give me the courtesy of the right to reply to that?
No. Moving on to question 5, Councillor Kenno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I've been made aware of posts on social media showing a small part of an invoice dated the 29th of September 2021 for the sum of £11,900 with a line item, Councillor Golby complaints. On one of these posts, it's claimed by Councillor Condacor that this sum is for stored Golby cases. Can the portfolio holder for finance please explain what this is in relation to?
Councillor Croft, did you wish to respond?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to give some context to this question, this is not an invoice that has been published by this council. Just to explain to all members, if they aren't already aware, Councillor Condacor has a habit of wasting... see, I told you, Mr. Mayor. Has a habit of wasting a great deal of my officer's time in the finance department with a large number of audit queries outside of our annual audit each year, asking for usually hundreds, I think, of audit samples, which he doesn't need to see. As with almost everything this councillor says, the comments he has made are misleading. I can confirm that the invoice that he has published does not relate to any complaints against elected members and was not an investigation undertaken under the Code of Conduct for elected members. This issue was an operational matter which required external investigation, hence the external legal firm invoice, at the request of the then Executive Director, who is the current CEO. The reference to Councillor Golby is a reference to the fact that Councillor Golby had highlighted the issue involved. It was not a complaint about Councillor Golby or any other member. And officers have actually apologised to Councillor Golby for the fact that this was published, and it should never have been referred to, never have referred to the Deputy Leader in the subject of the invoice. Councillor Condacor has once again taken half-understood information out of context to impugn the name of the Deputy Leader. And Mr Mayor, let us have no more of this humbug that this is somehow some kind of non-political person, that this is some kind of disinterested community campaigner. His actions in this matter and the way he has behaved reveal him to be just another political, common or garden, low-rent hack. And he has attempted to blackguard the name of a decent woman to try to further his own political agenda. And Mr Mayor,
keep
we will
quiet
reject,
in the gallery.
we
Mrs.
will
Condacor,
reject his
Mrs.
behaviour,
Condacor,
and
please
we will,
keep quiet
we
in
will
the
carry
gallery
on.
while
Thank
there's
you, Mr
speakers
Mayor.
speaking. Mrs. Condacor, if you don't keep quiet, I will clear the gallery. This is a council meeting for councillors. The question was asked and an answer was given. The question was asked and an answer was given. It's not for the public to intercede or interrupt. Please keep quiet. And that goes for you as well, Mr. Smith. If you listen to the meeting, please. It's a public meeting, yes, for the public to be able to attend, but it is a council meeting to debate council issues, and it's the councillors that do that. Councillor Condacor, you've got a point of order.
Point of order. As I've been yet again attacked by the answer of a question which I'm not allowed to respond in the Constitution, will you give me the courtesy of allowing me the right to reply so that I'm not bullied by this council Conservative members asking Conservative members questions? Thank
It's
you.
questions to the portfolio holders or the leader, and no, there's no right of reply for opposition members. Sorry, question 6. Councillor Richard Baxter-Payne, would you like to submit your question, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At an NBC Audit and Standards hearing on the 25th of November, which I chaired, during the publicly broadcasted section of that meeting, Councillor Condacor made a claim that a complaint he made in March 2021 still had not been investigated, as certain people have been exempt from the process because they are too busy. There have also been social media posts made by Councillor Condacor where, again, in relation to a complaint from the same time period, he stated Councillor Golby claimed to be too busy to talk to an external independent investigator. As the Chair of Audit and Standards, I would like to ask Councillor Golby, are you too busy to engage in this process?
Councillor Golby, did you wish to respond?
I do. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for the question, because yet again I'm aware of these comments too. There's a bit of a theme here, isn't there? I'm getting the impression Councillor Condacor's got a bit of a thing for me. So, again, do you want some water?
I'm not going to drag you out, Mrs. Condacor, but you are a member of the public. You're not here to interrupt the meeting. The meeting's here to attack question after question. Councillor Condacor, please don't interrupt. The member is speaking. Councillor Condacor, a member is speaking. Please show them the courtesy. What courtesy do I get? Sorry, Councillor Gold, would you wish to carry on? Still.
I do, Mr Mayor. You get every courtesy that you deserve, sir. So again, for context, and I'll provide some background for those unfamiliar, I need to timeline this situation so it makes sense. In September 2021, I was contacted by the monitoring officer, Director Richardson, who informed me that a complaint had been raised against me. I'm kind of waiving any right I've got to any sort of anonymity in this. On the 24th of November, I was contacted by the external monitoring officer who had been drafted in because Director Richardson couldn't handle the complaint internally. So the external monitoring officer was engaged, and I responded immediately, explaining that I'd just gone back to work full-time, so could the interview wait until the new year? I didn't cancel, I just asked for a bit of a delay, given the time of year. The response I received a few days later said that this would be fine, as in fact the external monitoring officer was going on holiday. So it worked out quite well for them too. On the 8th of February, I was again contacted by the external monitoring officer, asking if I had the ability to speak to them on the 14th of Feb 2021. By this time, I'd received the legal letter from Councillor Kandaka's solicitors, which I've just spoken about. Explaining that they were acting on behalf of Councillor Kondakor, who had instructed them to write to me with regards to a claim for libel. It's because of this I then refused to carry on the conversation relating to the complaint, clearly stating that Councillor Kandaka is currently threatening to sue me for libel, so I will not be engaging on this matter further at the moment. And this is where things become a little bit more complicated. It's Councillor Kandaka who has brought this into the public domain. He's making false claims that the outstanding complaint against me, the complaint is still outstanding because I've refused, because I'm too busy to be interviewed. He's made these claims on multiple times in public meetings in this council, on social media, and he has brought the matter into the public domain through various mediums. The truth is, I refuse to engage on anything like this while the spectre of legal action is still hanging in the air, which it does. Although the time is spent for Councillor Kandaka to legally serve me in this matter, it's not for any potential legal action against this council in much the same way. It's for this reason why I will not engage on this complaint, so as not to prejudice any potential legal action or risk something that I say in the standards interview that might inadvertently undermine the council's position. Councillor Kandaka is very good at pushing half-truths and misdirection to make himself look like a victim. He sat here in a recent council meeting with a placard saying, "What about 3-21? Well, what about 3-21? You know full well what about 3-21. It's another good example of the nasty behaviour that is exhibited towards me, particularly from this man. And let me be clear, outside of this chamber, I have nothing to do with Councillor Kandaka. I don't contact him on social media. I don't respond to any of the posts that he puts out. He and his acolytes are blocked from my social media, which is something else I've been roundly criticised for. However, it's something I'm perfectly entitled to do. I'm not deliberately antagonistic, but I will stand up for myself. And I believe this is where the problem stems. A woman that won't be pushed around, and he certainly isn't nearly as obsessed with my male colleagues as he is with me. Councillor Kandaka has over the last few years made some wildly inaccurate statements about me. This is one of them, which have been presented as fact.
Any point of order will be heard at the end of the speakers' meeting.
Which have been presented as fact. He introduces conjecture and fantasy as objective truth, and this is another one of those times. So to sum it up, out of the nearly 2 years of this complaint has been live, I accept there was initial delay of a few weeks where diaries could not be aligned. The rest of the time where this complaint has not been progressed is entirely down to the actions of Councillor Kandaka. He constantly claims there's a smear campaign against him, when in fact he's doing the smearing to appear as if he's the victim with his misleading propaganda. What's happening, the delay, is a direct result of his own actions, and he knows this.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. Point of order, Councillor Condacall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I have the courtesy of a right to reply, as I've been attacked for a third question? And the second point of order is, we're supposed to be talking about the business of the council, not spending 20 minutes attacking Keith.
Questions to members are the business of the council, or by members to Cabinet, aren't the business of the council. And no, there is no right to reply, as indicated previously. Moving on to question 7, Councillor Condacall. You submitted your question. Would you like to ask that now, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is a question about the council and normal stuff. Right. I'm deeply disappointed that any chance in the short to medium term of an improved rail service to Nuneaton, between Nuneaton and Coventry via Bedworth has now vanished. Warwickshire County Council and Coventry City Council have lost the financing they had for the project, and the Department of Transport has removed the requirement for the train operator to provide an enhanced service when the extra platform was to be provided. This comes after we've also lost the proposed dualling of 700 metres of the A5 between the Longshoot and Dodwells, plus the refusal of Warwickshire County Council to fund the Wellington entrance to Nuneaton Railway Station. Will the Cabinet Member for Planning write to the stakeholders to highlight the economic damage from the loss of this infrastructure, the infrastructure projects, and revise the local development plan projections to take account of the abandonment of these projects? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condacore. Councillor Richard Smith, Portfolio Holder of Planning Regulation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Respond.
I thank Councillor Condacore for the question, and I do actually share his disappointment at the shelving of plans for improved rail links and much needed improvements on the Dodwells to Longshoot section of the A5. Council can rest assured that as a member of the A5 member partnership, we have of course lobbied National Highways against the further delay to road infrastructure improvements caused by the move from Phase 2 to Phase 3 of the road investment strategy, and we will continue to do so. I can also assure Council that the review of the local plan is evidence-based on the transport infrastructure that we currently have, or that we can improve as part of that review process. The emerging plan is nearing its final stages before submission to the Inspectorate and is designed to support economic growth and improve infrastructure right across the borough. And to that end, it's not been developed on a wish list of infrastructure delivery that we have no control over. So the fact that those desirable but elusive infrastructural improvements are not happening anytime soon will have absolutely zero impact on the emerging plan or the economic growth it supports. We will, of course, where possible, continue to lobby for both rail and road improvements to our local infrastructure. However, our focus must be on building the homes, providing employment and land to create the jobs and the infrastructure that we can bring forward to support the continued economic growth of the borough for our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. As long as it relates to the question, the response that's just been given.
Thank you for your answer, Councillor Smith, but surely it should go the other way round. If we haven't got the infrastructure, like the Nuneaton to Coventry rail link, those 700 metres of the A5, we should be asking the developers to fund that bay platform in Coventry and those 700 metres of the A5 and the Wellington entrance. So can we have a plan instead that does not allow them to build houses unless the developer pays for the transport infrastructure we need? If the DFT won't pay for them, then the people building houses need to pay for them, or we shouldn't have the development. Can you please work out how we can ask for the money? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Condacore. Councillor Smith, did you wish to respond to that?
I will come back, and Councillor Condacore knows full well that all the developments contribute to 106 contributions that pay for relevant infrastructure to their development to mitigate the harm and improve the infrastructure. So that's already in place.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Moving on, agenda item 8, special urgency decisions. There are none that have been this time. Moving on to item 9, Cabinet Report, which is questions only in relation to Cabinet meetings on the 11th of January and the 1st of February. Any members? Councillor Condacore. Apologies, Leader. I'll allow the presentation first and then we'll get the questions, I'm sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I am happy to present the report on behalf of Cabinet from the meetings on the 11th of January and the 1st of February. And I think it's really important to highlight, actually, that we have finally got Buttermere Recreation Ground moving forwards. I know that residents around that particular area have suffered years of excessive development around St Nicholas and Weddington, and that this is an opportunity really to give the residents who have suffered that harm a benefit back to the community. We can't undo the damage, Mr Mayor, that has been done by those developments in terms of the loss of the land. But what we can give is the existing residents and indeed the new residents a new park. And I believe the park is close to 40 odd years old from what I've been told. But from someone who doesn't live around there, that's only what I've been told. And I am aware that there has been some disquiet about other areas. Well, as I've announced, we have the £75,000 project going on there, but also I think members of the public and indeed members of the council ought to be cognizant of the fact that this is resulting as a direct impact of those particular developments in that area, and the money can only be used for the immediate vicinity of Buttermere Park. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Now we move on to questions. Councillor Condacor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At the Cabinet on the 11th of January, we talked about the procurement of electricity, and I was incredibly disappointed there was not an option for an alternative supplier to Total Energy, which is a French company. Can the Cabinet member explain, Councillor Croft, why we cannot have at least two options going to the Cabinet? I understand we needed to go to a procurement or framework to procure our electricity, but going to a dirty French oil company doesn't seem the greenest way of supplying the council with electricity for the 4 years from 2024.
Thank you, Councillor Condacor. Councillor Croft, did you wish to respond?
I won't repeat what Councillor Galbraith just said. Well, Mr Mayor, I wonder what Councillor Condacor is going against the French. Of course, Mr Mayor, we go through a proper procurement tendering exercise. We do not politically interfere with our procurement exercises just because of Councillor Condacor's foibles. Our emphasis is on best value for money for the taxpayer, which is what we have got in this case.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. Councillor Carl Evans, you have a question?
I have two questions, Mr
Say,
Mayor,
yeah,
but I'll take it in turn because they are two separate. Mr Mayor, on item 2C, which is about short notice burials, it come to my attention, Mr Mayor, that actually this authority is one of the leading authorities in the region for short notice burials, and I hope that the Cabinet member will actually put on record that to Council, given the work that our cemeteries officers are doing, because I think that's really good, and although it must be a sad time for the family, it also does bring wider economic benefits to the borough that we are so good at doing that. My second question, if I may, is to the Cabinet member for Public Services in relation to the Bedworth Physical Activity Hub. Could she confirm that despite some of the mysteries from Councillor Condacor on social media, Nuneaton and Bedworth is not the only council that is being hit by inflation in the UK? And can the portfolio holder confirm that actually she's working hard with our local Member of Parliament to secure additional funding from government to bridge the gap for that project?
Councillor Evans, can you just clarify your first question, please? It seemed more of a statement than a question.
Probably was more of a statement, which was quite naughty of me, Mr Mayor, but I'm sure that the Cabinet member would love to come back on that point.
Councillor Guttridge.
Thank you very much, Councillor Evans. Yes, I have met with the Muslim fathers. They came into the council house and I met them with Kevin Hollis, the director, and we sat round the table and we talked about how we could move forward with the Muslim burials in Ouston Road. They're very pleased with how we operate. They did want one or two things which are beyond my means and beyond my cost, basically, but they are very happy with what we are doing, and long may it rain.
Councillor Markham, did you wish to respond to the second part?
Yes, please. Thanks, Councillor Evans, for your question. I can confirm that there are several authorities that are in exactly the same position as ourselves. It's not just us, it's right across the country. And I am working with the MP to try and secure extra funding so that the activity hub can go ahead as early as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Condacor.
Thank you. This question is for Councillor Markham. In terms of the physical activity hub cancellation, were you aware that a decade earlier...
Carry on.
Thank you. In terms of the cancellation of the physical activity centre in Bedworth, and you might want to call it postponement or delay or whatever word you wish to use, were you aware that...
Councillor Condacor, just for clarification.
Yeah.
It hasn't been cancelled at all. There has been a pause in this in the application, but that's going ahead. So, what's the question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be nice to use my own words. When were you aware that the project was unfundable? Because obviously we got regular updates as councillors until June last year, and then they stopped. So can we have a bit more of a timeline of the knowledge that actually we didn't have the 789 million, particularly because the one in Dover cost 26 million a decade ago? Thank you.
Just for clarification from my own point of view, it does say delay in the report. Councillor Markham.
Yeah, I was going to say, firstly, it is a delay. It has not been cancelled. And it isn't 7, 8 or 9 million pound that we're short. It is 6 million pound, and that is because of the inflation. So we don't need it extending any further than 6. And we didn't find out until just prior to Christmas that how much it had actually gone up, and that's why we're in the position that we're in.
Thank you, Councillor Markham. See no other members indicating question. Sorry, Councillor Evans, you've got another question. A question?
Yes. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Public Services. Would she agree with me that we probably found out that the project would be difficult at the time that Putin invaded Ukraine, and if we followed the policies of the member sitting opposite and pulled out of NATO, inflation would be twice what it is now?
Councillor Markham.
Yes.
Councillor Evans, please allow the member to respond.
Yeah, I can confirm that it is actually because of the war that's going on in Ukraine that we have suffered the increases that we have. Thank you.
Councillor Condacor.
Thank you.
Can I just remind the public, please, this is a council meeting and not to interrupt. Councillor Condacor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The West Midlands Combined Authority update mentions their growth company, and we have a Warwickshire growth company as well, neither of which seem to be providing an infrastructure like the Coventry Bay platform or the Wellington entrance. Could the leader explain what the growth company for West Midlands is doing to actually have joined up growth so we actually get this infrastructure that we need for Coventry and Nuneaton effectively? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condacor. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the West Midlands Growth Company, it is primarily focused on the 7 Met constituent authorities, although where there is some element of intersection with the non-constituent members, then we may be able to apply or contribute to the work that undertakes. As for the Warwickshire Growth Company, we are still to an extent in a state of flux with the change in operation of the local enterprise partnership and how the growth company will function moving forwards as its own separate standalone without the LEP, because LEPs are being absorbed into the combined authorities themselves. And myself and officers and cabinet will be having a briefing with the growth company in due course to evaluate our options now that the LEP as a standalone entity is now no longer part of the economic geography. As soon as there is something to report, and of course I'm more than happy to do so, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Beetham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can Councillor Croft confirm that this council will be ready for the Election Act 2022 and that this council will do everything to make sure that the residents of Nuneaton and Bedworth are ready for the election ID and are aware of all ways that this council can provide one? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beetham. Councillor Croft.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I can indeed. As I said at the Cabinet, I would just like to emphasise for the public that we do not have elections in this borough during this year. So our splendid head of elections will be doing some work with North Warwickshire to effectively steal any good ideas that they have. I believe they're called best practice, Mr Mayor, so that when the time comes to go to the polls in May of next year for the all-out elections, we'll be ready. And of course, we will make sure that anybody who applies for a voter identification certificate has one, as they are entitled to do under the law.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. No more questions. Moving on then to item 10, election of Mayor and Deputy Mayor. Can I invite nominations for the office of Mayor for the municipal year 2023-24, please? Councillor Malcolm.
Yes, I'd like to propose Martin to be Mayor, please. Martin Walsh.
Does that receive a seconder? Councillor Brown, did you wish to speak at this point?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm honoured, privileged and bursting with pleasure of being able to second the nomination of Councillor Walsh as Mayor for the forthcoming municipal year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other nominations? No, I see no further nominations, so we take a vote, straight vote on that nomination. So those in favour of Councillor Martin Walsh for the be Mayor year 23-24, please. So those in favour. Got numbers. Any against? Any against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. Congratulations, you're Mayor-elect. Moving on then. Deputy Mayor now, isn't it? We move on for nominations now for the Deputy Mayor for 2023-24. Do I have any nominations, please? Councillor Markham.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to nominate Brian Hammersley, Councillor Hammersley, to be the Deputy Mayor. Brian was brought up in Exhall and has lived in Bedworth all of his life. His father and grandfather were also born in Bedworth. He attended local schools and played in the parish church silver band for the Reverend Stephen Enser, do you believe? He worked at Alfred Herbert's until he was made redundant, and then he decided to go self-employed and started a metal finishing business in Bayton Road, where he employed 26 people and completed work for car companies and the Ministry of Defence. He's well respected within the borough. He kept this business for 25 years and sold it to one of his employees, and it's still going strong to this day. He has been married to Carol for 46 years. They met in her teens whilst at a disco. He played rugby for Bedworth for over 10 years, but had to retire because of an injury, and he now does water skiing instead. He went for election in 2021 for Bede Ward because he wanted to make a difference within the borough. I think it will be an excellent choice for Deputy Mayor, and him and Martin will make an excellent team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Markham. Does that receive a seconder? Councillor Singh, did you wish to speak at this point?
I'm very happy to thank for Brian Hammersley. He's an excellent councillor, and he's been a very good for the Bedworth community, done a lot of work for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other nominations for elections for Deputy Mayor, please? See no other nominations, so we go straight to the vote. Those in favour of Councillor Brian Hammersley. You can. I'm going to say. Those against? 3. Any abstentions? 2. That's carried. Deputy Mayor-elect. Thank you. Moving on then, recommendations from Cabinet or other committees. I believe 11A, Councillor Baxter Payne, you're first up.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I shall try to make this quick, as I know everybody is eagerly awaiting Councillor Cross this evening. At the Audit and Standards Committee held on the 10th of January, we approved the review of the risk management policy strategy document. Minor changes were made in the document to better reflect the Council's organisational structures and reporting lines. These changes will provide a better clarification of responsibility in relation to the risk management, and the changes can be reviewed in the document shown on Appendix A. It is recommended that Council approves the updates to the Council's constitution, and I'm happy to move that.
Thank you. Does that receive a seconder? Oh. Councillor Walsh. Sorry, Hammersley. Councillor Condical.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I always go on about risk registers whenever they come up at scrutiny committees, and it's really important they're really live documents. And we keep having these projects that come through that are very big projects that go wrong or late. So I think the Council's risk management is really important, and we need to get it more timely, and we need to have more contingency in a lot of our projects, considering how uncertain the world is. So I'd obviously support updating the risk registers and how the procedures behind them work. But also, I think we need better voices. They call people critical friends when they keep asking questions. Is this right? Is that right? And they're not people trying to do people down. They're people in an organisation trying to make sure we do things safely. And quite often we get attacked when we actually question, like the swimming pool project, for example. We ask questions, is it going to be affordable? Where's your contingency? To actually give them a better chance of surviving. We've been over-optimistic on most of our projects, and so I hope we actually take risk management more seriously. We have these things updated more regularly, and we look at all the risks, particularly around borrowing, interest rates and inflation, because their key risks are wrecking our projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condical. Councillor Hammersley, get it right.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do have a copy here for the risk management for the public strategy. And just page 79, paragraph 3.1, it does identifications of risk, and it states by identifying areas of risk before an event or loss occurs, steps can be taken to reduce the likelihood of occurrences and or to minimise the cost to the council if they do happen. Reacting to events only after they have occurred can be very costly and too late. And this refers to the skate park, which I would like to bring attention to the gallery, which it has been mentioned, it is over 20 years old, and it has been condemned as unsafe, etc., etc. But we appear to be having things thrown at us that, yes, we're shutting this, we're shutting that, we shut the other. We're shutting it for the right reasons. And this council is responsible, and it does take risk assessments seriously. And if Mr Smith does not really like, you know, that it has been shut for whatever reason, you know, I have here some bags, Mr Smith, and if it was kept open under you, this says fingers. This is a bag for fingers, you know, and this is one for toes. That, you know, and if these children should happen to chop their fingers and toes off, at the end of the day, you go and pick them up and give them to the parents. Because we run a safe council and we have this equipment inspected. So the bags are here by all means. By all means, you can have them. You can have them.
Councillor Hammersley, keep coming.
Thank you, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any other member? No other members, so we'll move to the vote. Those in favour? Any member against? No abstentions either. That's carried unanimously. 11C. This moves us on to the main item. Councillor Croft. Oops, I thought... Oh, missed one. Annual audit report. Sorry, Councillor. Baxter paying you again.
I don't do this very often, and you're taking one away from me. Following on from the Audit and Standards Committee on the 31st of January, we were presented a report and we were given the annual audit report for 2021. And it is recommended, series good, and it's recommended that Council note the annual auditor's report. And I would like to put on record thanks to the team in the Council for all the hard work they did to do this, along with the team at Grant Thornton's to get this done.
Thank you. It is a procedural motion. Does anybody wish to speak? Oh, sorry, I need a seconder first. Councillor Damon Brown, second that. Councillor Condacall, you wish to speak? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've always been keen on medium-term financial plans, and this audit report keeps talking about the medium-term financial plans, and we never seem to have a decent one. It's always going to be a month away, a month away. And I don't think we've yet got a decent medium-term financial report. I don't see how we signed off this audit, and these auditors were happy with the level of planning we had. And it would be useful if the Cabinet Member for Finance would explain the £100,000 additional cost that's in the budget for audit due to the fact we couldn't do this in a timely way. So I'm not happy with what Grant Thornton had done. I'm not happy with the lack of rigour over the medium-term financial plan and the lack of one, because I think having our capital projects on a decent medium-term financial plan would mean we'd actually have a better foresight over the projects going wrong, the fiascos of not having enough money to do projects, and then we go on to the Treasury Management Report later on, and that all must tie in with the medium-term financial plan. So I'm very shocked, or not shocked, it's Grant Thornton, I'm very surprised that the auditors were so keen on our medium-term financial plan, because actually, when you look at the last year's budget and where we are now, we're almost £1 million overspent. So clearly, our financial planning wasn't that good. And as the audit was so late, they should have picked up the fact we're so far off track. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condacall. Any other member? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Well, yet again, we have scaremongering from Councillor Condacall. As Councillor Condacall well knows, the financial department has been severely under-resourced. I think Councillor Croft must have told him at virtually every single cabinet meeting he's attended and every full council meeting that has been attended, as well by Councillor Condacall. So he knows exactly why there have been delays, because there have unfortunately been staffing issues within that department, which we are working extremely hard to address. And I have to say, and I know that Councillor Croft would agree with me on this, Director Summerfield has been working exceptionally hard in actually trying to turn her department around and put it on a business-like footing, and she is getting there. But as I said when I became leader of the council, Mr Mayor, this is like turning an oil tanker around at sea. And I have to say that Director Summerfield has some oil tanker to try and turn around, but she is getting there, and I'm happy that with her at the helm of the ship, we will get there in the end. Now, in terms of not liking what Grant Thornton said, well, I don't like what my bank statement says at the end of every month, but you pay your money and that's what comes through. They are the experts, which... last time I checked, Councillor Condacall was not an accounting whiz. I believe Grant Thornton are, and this is exactly why we employ a Section 151 officer to give that advice. But in terms of financial planning, he mentioned in a previous item about having the war in Ukraine and how that impacts on this, that and the other, but then in the same breath on this item, then criticises a lack of financial planning. How on earth, Mr Mayor, can we plan for a war and what goes on in the Kremlin? Now, as far as I'm aware, when we set the budget in February, none of us actually had a mole in the Kremlin. We didn't know what was going to happen to world oil prices. We didn't know what was going to happen to the prices when we go to the pumps to fill up with petrol and diesel. We weren't aware of what was going to happen in terms of electricity prices and how much it was going to cost to heat our homes, never mind how much it costs now to heat large buildings such as this and all the other buildings that we have as the responsibility of the borough. So Councillor Condacor appears to have yet again two faces. He says one thing on one hand and another on the other. Which is it, Councillor Condacor? Either there was a war in Ukraine which is affecting the global economy, or there isn't. Which is it? Because actually, as it happens, there is a war. We all know that. We've seen it on our TV screens day in, day out. We have seen the shocks to the stock market. We have seen the shocks to the commodities market. And we are not immune to those shocks, Mr. Mayor. And we have to roll with the punches as it goes. And I happen to think that considering the starting position we have had, we have done an exceptional job, not only of trying to manage the difficulties of the last financial year, but actually putting forward a plan for the next financial year. And when it comes to a medium-term financial plan, I can assure the whole council, actually, that the Cabinet member responsible and Director Summerfield are hard at work on a medium-term financial plan, something which I have to admit the previous Section 151 officer wasn't as hot on as we would have liked, but this Section 151 officer, get your thermometer out, Councillor Condon, because she is hot at this, and I have no doubt she will get the job done. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And like the council leader, I'm shocked that overnight Councillor Kandaka seems to have become a qualified auditor, financial planner, credit controller, etc., etc. Perhaps it'd be easier if we just contracted the audit out to Councillor Kandaka to do himself, if he's so good at it. And as I make out every year on this item, because he stands up every year, Mr. Mayor, and he criticises the council on this item, if he knew the law, he'd know that the Local Audit and Accountability Act of 2014 has provisions in that legislation for him, not just as a councillor, but as a taxpayer in the borough, to submit a formal objection to the accounts if there is a problem with them. Now, he clearly hasn't done that for these accounts because there isn't a problem. So I would say that unless you have concrete evidence, and I say this to the conspiracy theorists as well, if there's evidence, submit an objection in accordance with the Act, and let's see some concrete evidence on the paper.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Shepherd, point of order.
Could I please ask if, when Councillor Evans is speaking, if he could possibly lower his voice a little, because it's coming over as shouting.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm sure Councillor Evans will note when he's got his microphone close.
Can I just apologise? I don't often tell members this, but I do have a hearing impediment and I do shout sometimes, and I apologise.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Not seeing any other member, so we'll take the vote on this one. All those in favour? Do you need to hang here? Any against? We can do that. That's carried. So before we move on to 11C, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In relation to item 11C, I would like to move a procedural motion to suspend standing orders on this item only to allow the proposer, the seconder and the Leader of the Opposition to speak on the substantive item without the time limits being applied. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Does that receive a seconder? Just let me take the second first. Seconded, Councillor Golby. Point of order, Councillor Condacor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I inquired with Mr. Richardson about this, and he said that all the budget proposers would be given the opportunity to speak without time limit. I don't expect to speak for over 5 minutes, but I think out of courtesy, we should consider that everyone's budget has the same ability to speak. Thank you.
It's my intention to allow all budgets to be put fully. Moving on then, do we need to take a vote on that procedural motion? Those in favour? Any against? One. And any abstentions? Got that recorded. So that's carried. Procedural motion will carry for the General Fund 11C revenue budget and thereafter. Councillor Croft.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm afraid I shall speak for considerably more than 5 minutes, but it is but once a year. Mr Mayor, I move the report that stands in my name on the agenda under item 11C, and in so doing present the Council's General Fund budget for 2023-24. Mr Mayor, this has been the toughest budget round that this Council has faced in a generation. In 2022, Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council has, like the rest of our country, faced steep and daunting challenges. We continue to face the need to rescue and regenerate our declining town centres and decaying communities after decades of neglect. We now face this challenge with the added burden of a stagnant and unproductive economy still suffering the effects of pandemic, war, recession and inflation. Even more pressingly, Mr Mayor, we now confront a budget crisis as the economic situation has increased our costs and reduced our income far beyond our projections just 12 months ago. Mr Mayor, we cannot flinch from tackling these problems, and tonight I will announce changes which are urgently required to meet our legal requirements to set a balanced and sustainable budget under the Local Government Act. However, these changes cannot replace the deep underlying structural reform that this council needs. Difficult and necessary trade-offs are required. NBBC, therefore, needs to strike a critical balance between boldness and prudence. Boldness to support the revival and the regeneration that our towns and communities desperately need. Prudence to secure our long-term financial sustainability, to ride out the economic storm, and reform our organisation to provide good and efficient government to all residents. This budget presents that balance. And I've often said, Mr Mayor, and it bears repeating, that a budget speech is not simply a presentation of financial plans. It is a statement of policy and priorities for the entire administration for the entire year. So I'm grateful tonight for the opportunity to review our record in office since taking control 2 years ago, and for the opportunity to correct some myths about the policies we have pursued, although some of the myth makers appear to have left. While it was clear in May of 2021 that our situation was grim, it was not until after the election that the full truth was revealed to the electorate with the £500,000 black holes that we discovered. It became apparent to all sections of the community that our situation was drastic, that Nuneaton and Bedworth would be condemned to another decade of stagnation and decline unless this administration could succeed with its programme for recovery, regeneration and revival in our towns. This has been a rescue job, Mr Mayor, and heaven knows we've needed it. Our first priority was supporting the recovery in our local economy after the pandemic. So we launched a comprehensive package to support business by cutting car parking charges and market rents, introducing a shopfront enhancement scheme, and rolling out a wide-ranging programme of support through the Business Recovery Grant. We invested in our town centres by introducing an outdoor market in Bedworth, instituting twice-yearly deep cleans, and using the Welcome Back grants to fund new litter bins and benches and so on. We've seen businesses then choose to invest in Nuneaton and Bedworth, like Morrison's, Gibbs and Renus, creating hundreds more jobs for our people. We finally began to restore civic pride in our borough by reviving civic honours, celebrating the Platinum Jubilee last summer, purchasing new Christmas lights, buying new fly tipping cameras and beginning a tree planting programme. We took steps to lift up the condition of our people by introducing a youth employment scheme called Young Business Links, by creating a £5,000 improvement grant for each independent living complex and increasing homelessness support in last year's budget. We supported the forces of law and order with the purchase of 12 new CCTV cameras to tackle ASB, defending the borough-wide gypsy and traveller injunction against legal challenge, introducing PSPOs against begging and roadside car sales, and under the leadership of Councillor Golby, introduced a zero-tolerance approach to ASB in our social housing. And we have finally begun the programme of regeneration with the Abbey Street development under construction as the first step in our plans to transform Nuneaton and Bedworth. Mr Mayor, this is a strong record, but a great deal more remains to be done. A generation of neglect cannot quickly be put right. Now, Mr. Mayor, many residents will be wondering why our economic and financial position should seem so different in 2023 compared to 2022. The answer lies in a chronic and fundamental problem in our economy, which has suddenly been made acute by external shocks. The chronic problem can be summarised easily, and I'll borrow some famous words, which is that as a community, we have been living beyond our means. That doesn't mean that everyone in our community is living too well or has too much. Many people barely have enough to get by. But as a whole, we have been spending more than we have been earning. That means that our government budget is in deficit, but also that our whole economy is not producing the goods and services to pay for what our country wants to buy in the world. This is the root of the inflation that now afflicts us. This underlying weakness has been made acute by the dramatic shocks in the world situation we've already heard talked about tonight. The global pandemic, disruptions in supply chains, mass movement of peoples, unpredictable policy changes, and war in Eastern Europe have affected energy supplies, hiked interest rates, shrunk the labour market, and driven high inflation. And some of this may seem very far away, but we are not immune from world events. And the economic slowdown has had a dramatic implications for our own financial situation. This council, too, has been living beyond its means for far too long. Now, Mr. Mayor, in February last year, I outlined our prediction that within 2 years, in the medium-term financial plan, the budget would return to surplus. I can now report that due to the adverse economic situation, our fiscal position has deteriorated markedly. In 2022-23, we faced significantly higher cost pressures than expected. For example, we have had to spend £560,000 more on homelessness and the £100,000 more on audit fees we've heard referred to tonight. Higher inflation means that workers, not unreasonably, demand higher pay. And last year, a pay award of 5% was agreed through the joint framework when we had budgeted for 2.5%. This created a spend pressure of £600,000 in the general fund. This economic slowdown has also affected our income, with car parking charges performing £550,000 below budget, market income being £25,000 less than projected, and delays in renting the town hall offices upstairs, costing us £45,000. Now, while we have had more recycling and planning fees, the upshot is that we have an in-year budget deficit for 2022-23 of about £905,000, which will have to be met from reserves. These pressures will not abate in 2023-24, Mr. Mayor. Indeed, we predict they will become more acute. We know that we will continue to face significant inflation, for example, in our electricity costs, which have increased by more than 100% in the tender to £1.9 million across the council. So in forming this budget, Mr. Mayor, we have been extremely prudent in our plans for the coming financial year. For example, we've budgeted for a 5% pay award and refused to include any savings unless we know they are realistic and bankable. In the base budget, we calculated that in 2023-24, this council would have a general fund spending requirement of £17.3 million, but that our income from tax and rates would amount to £14.2 million. This has left us with a projected budget deficit of £3.1 million, which we have had to close to set the balanced, sustainable and legal budget which I present tonight. More than this, as the report details at 6.3 and 7.3, our medium-term financial position and our reserve balances are in grave peril unless we can change course. On our current trajectory, the £3,000 surplus that we have achieved this year will become a deficit of £2.6 million next year and eventually increase to £6.2 million over the course of the medium-term financial plan. If this happens, it will have a catastrophic effect on our reserve position, and reserves were mentioned earlier this evening. At the end of the last financial year, NBBC held £14.2 million in earmark reserves, that is, those reserves which have been allocated against specific projects, and the full list was included in the Cabinet report in October. We'll update the list in time for July after year end. These reserves are not, contrary to popular belief, held as a kind of general saving into which we can dip to fund new policies. There are no spare reserves. If we liquidate them to close deficits, that means that we have to review and potentially cancel projects. Should the deficits in the MTFP be allowed to happen, reserves will diminish from £9.4 million in March of 2023 to £3.5 million in March of 2027. Now, Mr. Mayor, let me reiterate the urgency of closing this budget gap. For every local council, unlike the national government, general fund budgets are required by law to be balanced and sustainable. With the world situation having slashed our budget position by over 3 million, we cannot continue onwards as though nothing had happened. To try would see the laws of fiscal reality force destructive adjustments on this council, making it hostage to every change in economic fortune, the caprice of government grants, and the dangers of a Section 114 notice. And that is not a position acceptable to this cabinet. We believe that Nuneaton and Bedworth must maintain control over its own destiny, and we can only do that by facing the problem squarely and making the remedial changes quickly and decisively. As a council, if we are to become more independent and self-sufficient, we need to invest more and consume less. We must save for the future rather than spend for the present. And more than this, Mr. Mayor, balancing the books, I believe, is not just a legal requirement or good government, it is a moral imperative. One of the reasons I'm a Conservative is because I believe, with Burke, that we are trustees and not owners of the world we live in. And we have obligations to those who came before us and to those who will come after us. To spend today and leave our children carrying the burdens of our debt is morally wrong. It is intergenerational theft, and that is the spirit in which we have framed the budget. Now, Mr. Mayor, I've taken some time to explain the situation facing us because I believe it's important that the Council and members understand that there are no easy options. And I want to discuss now the changes that we've made to bring us back into balance, starting with the income side of the budget. First, taxation. I can confirm tonight that the borough precept for council tax will rise by 2.99% or £7.43 on a Band D under the new referendum limit announced by the government last December. This extra percentage point will raise an extra £100,000 compared to a rise of £5. Now, Mr. Mayor, as you know, while I am loath to raise any taxes, the inflation now facing us makes this unavoidable if we are to continue to be able to deliver services and avoid more drastic cuts. However, I'm very pleased to report that business rate income has recovered strongly after the pandemic, with an additional £1.09 million of NNDR expected this year. Once again, the Conservative government have supported us in our hour of need by continuing the lower tier services grant into this year, so that we have also been able to include £200,000 from the local authority finance settlement. Now, Mr. Mayor, last year we introduced a new car parking offer on weekdays of 3 hours for £1.50 to drive footfall and provide economic stimulus to the town centres. I can confirm that we will maintain this rate, as it provides the best deal for our residents and makes our town centres more competitive than under the previous administration. However, to continue to fund this offer, we are making some changes to our pricing structure. So I can confirm tonight that from April, the Sunday rate of car parking will rise by 50p, that long stay car parking tickets will increase by £1 for over 4 hours, and that season tickets will rise in line with inflation, and this will raise us an extra £56,000 in the general fund. We will also expand the car parking offer to remove certain anomalies, namely by bringing Bedworth train station into our charging structure so that all of our car parks are able to contribute to funding their own upkeep. Now, Mr. Mayor, we're making one other change to car parking. That is, we are finally going to introduce ANPR and new machines for cashless payments at our car parks. This will increase our income by £40,000 because it will reduce ticket swapping and losses from non-payment, but it will also make it considerably easier for our shoppers to visit us and make payment. Now, Mr. Mayor, to increase our income in this budget, we have had to undertake a comprehensive review of fees and charges for services offered by the Council. The full details of the changes to the charging schedule are attached at Appendix 4 of the budget report, which also consolidates those changes and any we've made over the last year into one single document. The charges have been updated for two reasons. First, to bring us more in line with neighbouring authorities, and secondly, on the principle of full cost recovery. That means that this council can recover the costs of what we spend on services rather than providing them at a loss and, in effect, subsidising them. For example, if someone wants to build an extension and uses our pre-application consultancy, of course we want to encourage that, more power to them. But we don't want a situation where every other taxpayer in the borough subsidises them to do it. And Mr. Mayor, I am under no illusion that some of the changes we are making, just how controversial and unpopular they may be. Nevertheless, I do not shrink from them, and neither do the Cabinet. Our current situation requires nothing less. The total effect of these increases in fees is to generate £370,000 of additional income to the Council next year, and goes a long way to closing the deficit. And I can also confirm, Mr Mayor, that we will not be raising the green bin tax, and cutting it remains our long-term goal when the financial situation makes it realistic to do so. I now turn to the outlay side of the budget. As I've said, raising taxes and charges is very much against every instinct in me. The Council is taking too much by way of taxes from the community, but this is not enough to meet our commitments. We will have to continue to cut down on spending and make economies. This budget therefore contains £612,000 of expenditure savings and deletes £292,000 of vacant posts across the organisation. Some of these savings are the result of decisions we have already taken. For example, the successful transfer of the community centres will generate savings in the next financial year. We have frozen councillors' allowances, which will not increase in line with the staff pay award as in previous years, because we have to do our part and because we believe that the reward for public life is public progress. We have had to retrench further into our core business areas, which means that spending on certain items like the museum, sports and community grants has had to be reduced. And on that subject, Mr Mayor, I do want to lay something to rest, because contrary to rumours that have circulated in recent days, the Bedworth Civic Hall will remain closed unless and until a viable bid to take it over comes forward from the community or from business. While the budget does include a £304,000 provision for the Civic Hall, the vast majority of this is depreciation charges which are reversed out below the line, in effect the accounting treatment. And the actual cost to the council in rates, R&M and security will be £47,000. Our tough decision to reopen the Civic Hall last autumn, Mr Mayor, has produced £212 of cash £2,000 of cash savings year on year, and ended forever the situation where the council was subsidising a loss-making venue to the tune of £750,000 each year. Mr Mayor, reopening the Civic Hall at taxpayer expense would mean indulging the nostalgia of those now protesting at the cost of spending the money needed to build the future for their children and grandchildren. It would be an act of generational selfishness, and we will not do it. Mr Mayor, the savings programme is only the beginning. If we are to close the deficit for future years, we must continue our reforms here at the Town Hall. In technical terms, in this borough we have a weak state capacity due to the inefficiency and costliness of this council. If we are to achieve any of our goals, this must change. We must put our own affairs in order, and as I have often said, there must be reform with no sacred cows. To that end, we began a transformation programme to bring the council up to the high standards of efficiency and effectiveness that we need. This budget, Mr Mayor, is a reform budget. It includes savings of £312,000 from service reviews and restructures, but this reflects only a small part of the changes that we will make. These reforms will come in two ways. First, the council must radically assess its functions and its cost base and focus on its core business. For too long, we have been spread too thinly and tried to do too much instead of focusing on key services and delivering them to a high standard. The second way we will reform is by improving efficiency. Currently, too much time is wasted on convoluted process, which wastes time and money, which provides a poorer service to the public. We need to squeeze fat out of our organisation and increase output by working smarter and more efficiently. It's called productivity, Mr Mayor, and it's the only way we're going to succeed in the policies we've got for this borough. So the keystone in the arch of reform is the restructure of the senior management team that we brought to council a few weeks ago, which replaces the current inefficient architecture with a new one which composes one CEO, 4 directors and 11 assistant directors. This is much more rational than the previous structure. This is the first step. This will then cascade down through the organisation as services and structures are reviewed to make them leaner and more focused on our priorities. We have already begun reforms in the council's finance department, and I say this in reply to Councillor Condacor. including a restructure of positions to create a management accounts and a proper FP&A function. That will prevent any future problems with the audit and any delays. We will actually get a proper accounting function. These changes will allow us to track our spend and monitor budgets to the speed and accuracy that we require. In the coming year, we're going to continue to roll out the reform programme to our revenues and benefits service, regulatory affairs, rent, customer service, business administration and planning teams. Now, Mr Mayor, reform can be a costly exercise, and we have set aside the £1.3 million of new homes bonus this year to create a transformation and resilience reserve, which will allow us to meet the costs of making these changes. This transformation reserve is the key policy change in this budget. We have one opportunity to get it right, and all of our future successes rest on a successful transformation programme. This is a necessary investment to make long-term savings and achieve value for money for the taxpayer. We can either spend this money once this year or continue to waste millions every year on an organisation that is not fit for purpose. If the council machine does not work, we will not be able to achieve any of our other objectives. We need an effective council with the right people in the right places, or nothing we hope to achieve in terms of regeneration can happen. In the medium term, these reforms will not only make the council more efficient and effective, they will improve our fiscal position, as we have not built the impact of these efficiencies into the budget. That means that as our reforms progress, we have a fiscal stabiliser built into the budget of anywhere between £500,000 and £1 million to offset further inflationary pressures in the next financial year. Now, Mr Mayor, I'll move on to any additional spending. We know that despite the severe financial challenges facing us, we cannot rest. So this budget also contains several items of investment to build on policies we have already begun. I'll start with the coronation. It's just 8 months since we celebrated the Platinum Jubilee of Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, an event which demonstrated the loyalty, the patriotism and the community spirit of people across our borough and across our country. A fine time was had by all, and you, Mr Mayor, seem to have become something of a local celebrity. When I was out on duty guarding the chains, I noticed that you were being stopped all the time for selfies and pictures. And when I asked one very happy customer, did she know who she just had her picture taken with, she says, "Oh yes, it's the fruit and veg man." Mr Mayor, the very sad passing of the Queen in September now means that for the first time in 70 years, our country will have a coronation ceremony to crown His Majesty King Charles. And then, given our commitment to restoring civic pride, we know we could not leave this event unmarked. So this budget commits £20,000 for coronation celebrations in May, details of which will be announced very shortly. And I know, Mr Mayor, that having been the Jubilee Mayor and the Accession Mayor, you will finish your term to do your utmost to involve all members of the community in the celebrations as the Coronation Mayor. Now, Mr Mayor, in last year's budget, we included a £50,000 investment to install new play equipment and improve playgrounds across the borough, particularly in those wards which have not benefited from Section 106 monies. Thanks to Councillor Gutteridge's excellent work, and I believe Councillor Wilson's already stolen the thunder slightly this evening, we've seen new equipment installed in wards across the borough. And tonight I can confirm that for 2023-24, this investment will be repeated and increased to £75,000. Not only this, it will be made a permanent budget item, which means that there will be a rolling programme to invest £75,000 in our parks and play areas every year, so that eventually every ward in the borough and every playground in the borough will see improvements. Mr Mayor, in recent days, due to the very good work of Councillor Markham and Director Hollis, we've received the news that we've been awarded £750,000 of funding from the Arts Council to promote a project for cultural activity within the borough, and it's a specific project. It couldn't be used for other purposes. So in partnership with Imagineer, who are the company that oversaw the Burn event last year in the Miners' Welfare Park, this project will demonstrate how the arts can support regeneration and our economy by teaching crafts, arts and technical skills to our young people in our schools. We will contribute as a council, Mr Mayor, £75,000 of leverage funding to this over 2 years, and in this budget we've created the necessary resource to administer it by creating the position of Creative Explorer Manager, which I'm sure you can tell, Mr. Mayor, was named before I got anywhere near it. Mr. Mayor, this year the government has also granted us our allocation from the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, which will allow us to improve our public spaces, support our local businesses, and invest in skills for our people. The first tranche of this funding was £488,000, and we've already committed to bring back CCTV monitoring in our town centres. I know some of our members have been very vocal on this, to upgrade security features in our car parks, and to invest in a viability study for Bedworth Market, and improve Nuneaton's marketplace by removing the fountain. This budget resolution allows us to spend the £997,000 of the second year funding that we have now received, details of which will be reported to Cabinet in spring when the details are finalised. Now, Mr. Mayor, I'll talk briefly on the capital programme. It's been submitted as a separate report for ease of access, but I'll address it now. Mr. Mayor, at £82 million, this is an ambitious programme. It must be so because the backlog and the needs of our towns is so great. For the first time in my lifetime, we are seeing a huge project of transformation that will change the face of Nuneaton and Bedworth for good and forever. The Abbey Street project has begun, and the Bridge to Living project will go live in the next few months. Mr. Mayor, you will also note that in this capital programme, the funding for the Bedworth Leisure Centre has been retained in this budget. That is to reflect that it has been paused, not cancelled. The problem that we have, to build on the remarks of Councillor Markham earlier, the problem can be summarised as 656. That is, the original project we envisaged using £6 million of borrowing, £5 million of Section 106 monies, in addition to the monies from the Luff bid and the Sports England bid. But over the last 12 months of inflation, we have experienced £6 million of cost inflation. That would mean another £6 million of borrowing that we cannot afford. Nobody, but nobody, foresaw that kind of inflation in the summer of 2021 when the initial Luff bid was submitted. Now, Mr. Mayor, every effort is currently being made to secure additional funding to bridge that gap from other sources, including, I know, at the highest levels in government, so that Bedworth can finally have the leisure centre that it deserves. Now, Mr. Mayor, there have been those who have demanded instant results, who seem impatient for all projects to be complete and complain that to construct something, you must first have a construction site. This is the wrong approach to regeneration. You don't plant the acorns expecting to sit in the shade of the oak trees. The work that we have now turned our hands to is the work of years, not months. It is the work of building for the future and not of spending for the present. It's taken a decade for us to get the shovels in the ground on transforming Nuneaton, and we will take the time to get it right. So, Mr. Mayor, in closing, I've kept council for a very long time. This is an administration that has kept sight of its fundamental objectives of recovery, revival, and regeneration for Nuneaton and Bedworth. It will not be diverted by superficial solutions to the fundamental problems. In presenting this budget tonight, we are taking urgent but necessary action to balance our books, support our communities, continue our regeneration, and reform our council. Mr. Mayor, we are living in hard times. Hard times mean hard choices. We have balanced the budget in financial terms, but we have also balanced it in between the demands of the present and the needs of future generations, between the imperative for boldness in regenerating our borough and the necessity of prudence in financial management and reform. This is a tough budget, but, Mr. Mayor, I present it in a spirit of confidence. Because, Mr. Mayor, for the first time in nearly half a century, Nuneaton and Bedworth are on the march. And we are marching, always forward, whatever the hardships and whatever the difficulties. Now, we may ascend a steepening path, the road may be getting harder, and the storm may be blowing stronger. But we will never lose sight of our destination. Our vision is of a regenerated, prouder, cleaner borough, one that is strong, prosperous, united, and free. Only then can we meet our goal of a better life for all of our people. We mean to reach that prize, we mean to fulfil that great civic purpose, and we will do that with this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. Does that receive a seconder, Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will second that and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Watkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment to that budget. Kelly's got the papers that she will give out now.
Just give us a moment whilst those are distributed, and then I'll call you back.
Okay, yeah.
Just while they're distributed. I think we need to take the first amendment that Councillor Watkins is proposing first, and then we'll consider yours at the right time. Thank you. Councillor Watkins, thank you for that moment or two.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is actually Councillor Shire's portfolio, so I'll hand it over to Councillor Shires to present. Thank you.
Councillor Shires, if you wish to propose the amendment.
Thank you. Yeah, I propose the amendment. Okay, so the new leading Labour group has put forward an alternative balanced budget that has been signed off by the 151 officer. The budget has been compiled taking into consideration the following factors: the views of Nuneaton and Bedworth residents, the current financial crisis, the continued environmental situation. Following representations made by members of the public at council meetings, we propose no increase in members' allowance and one less cabinet member. We propose to reduce the King's Coronation Fund from £20,000 to £10,000, as we believe this money could be better spent in the borough. Due to the consistent funding cuts made by the Conservative government and the increased living costs, there is no other alternative but to increase some costs. We have tried to ensure that any increased costs are kept to a minimum. An increase in council tax by £5 rather than the 2.99% put forward by the Conservative administration. Reduce fees and charges on cemeteries by half of the amount proposed by the current administration. The Civic Hall. We have listened to residents closely with regards to this, and we have looked at the financial situation and tried to balance what would be in best interest of all parties. We would work with officers to explore innovative ways of using monies from general fund land sales, and in doing so, this might mean that Bedworth keeps its Civic Hall and give them the autonomy to develop it into a building the residents will use. The Labour group will work with whichever organisation was successful in developing a sustainable business model that would enable the Civic Hall to continue. However, in order to ensure the group, whomever they may be, are not set up to fail, we understand that there will be need to help to make the Civic Hall usable. Rather than use £40,000 to demolish things within our town centre, we would, depending on DLUHC authorisation, put this towards improving the town and we urge Warwickshire County Council to invest in youth services to reduce antisocial behaviour. While rent needs to be increased, our budget sets at 5.75% rather than the Tories' 6.75%. In order to save £200,000, we will wait to see what technology becomes available and increase the fleet replacement, thus meaning we will get more usage from our current existing fleet. With regards to the voluntary sector, we understand that a consultation is taking place, which we are not involved in. We would therefore need to see the results of this before making any comments. Our alternative budget is balanced, and we have managed to do this taking into consideration the views of residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shires. Does that receive a seconder? Sorry, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll second that and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Councillor Wilson.
Mr Mayor, can I move a 10-minute adjournment so that we can consider the our proposals which have been put forward before us tonight? Obviously, ours was shared last week, and this has only come forward on the night. So I think having an adjournment would be fair so that we can consider it properly.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. It's my intention to do that, in actual fact. I think, given the nature of the budget and the proposals for the opposing budget, that we do consider that carefully. So we will have a short recess. Councillor Condacor.
To be efficient, can we have both budgets put out those paperwork? I'm happy for mine to be seen, so you don't have two 10-minute adjournments.
Yeah. Obviously, we can only take one amendment at a time, so if you wish to dish it out now, I can't say that you can't. So if you want to do that, we can do. Yeah, but we will take 10, maybe 15 minutes to... We'll go 15 then, on that basis. We're going to have a 15-minute recess just to consider the opposition budget's recommendations as well. Members, please rise. Oh, we do need the green papers. Just hold the line a second.
Yours always be fucked. I've got another one, it's all right.
Cheers.
Members of the council, council.
I was trying to avoid Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
Thank you, everyone. We are now resuming the budget meeting of the council, and we will be discussing the Labour opposition papers as put forward to us. So I'm looking for speakers on the opposition motion. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say, I've been looking forward to this because like many members, and like many members present, and also like many members of the public, I've been dying to know what the Labour Party have been proposing to do with the Civic Hall, and we have the answer. Nothing, Mr. Mayor. Let's just read it out for clarification. Civic Hall. If, key word, if any general fund land is sold, use part of the sales receipts towards cost of improvement and repairs of Civic Hall, providing these costs meet the conditions of flexible use of capital receipts. Estimated £300,000. So they actually aren't going to do any different to what this administration has done. They were scared when they were in control to take the difficult decisions. We were bold enough to take those difficult decisions when we took control, knowing it was going to be difficult, knowing it was going to be painful. But we put the financial security and stability of this council first. And their colleagues in Bedworth have been going around with leaflets, which Councillor Evans ably exhibited at the last full council, saying, save our Civic Hall, we need to reopen it now, sign our campaign. And what have their colleagues in Nuneaton done? Nothing. So are we to be led to believe, Mr. Mayor, that there are now two Labour parties, a Nuneaton Labour Party and a Bedworth Labour Party, three possibly, Mr. Mayor, with Bulkington, where they possibly don't even know in the Labour Party where they sit anymore? Are their friends in Bedworth going to go around campaigning now, saying we're going to reopen the Civic Hall? What about all those people they have gone around to and actually pledged to reopen? And it is not even worth the paper it was written on, Mr. Mayor. And neither, quite frankly, Mr. Mayor, is this budget that they have put forward tonight. It is, as I said last year, when I was in the position of being Leader of the Opposition, if I was presenting this, I would be embarrassed. And I would be doubly embarrassed if I was moving this tonight, Mr. Mayor, because I would have gone around promising the earth and then actually delivering nothing. And actually, delivering nothing is exactly what this budget does. If you look, they're being Scrooges as well. I thought Christmas had gone. They're reducing the King's Coronation Fund from £20,000 to £10,000. Now, if you were actually fortunate enough, Mr. Mayor, to go around like we did over that 4-day bank holiday, we didn't get one, Mr. Mayor, but we were fully out there engaging with the residents, and indeed so was Councillor Croft before he decries me in public and indeed in private. We were out there, and the residents loved it. They loved the community spirit. They loved that we got together, that we were actually able, for the first time since COVID, as you quite rightly keep saying, Mr. Mayor, but are probably not able to say from your august chains of office at this moment, that children, for the first time since COVID, perhaps even the first time in their lives because they were born during the pandemic, were able to experience the joy of a community festival. And when we went round to all the different community fairs, I remember once I had the Civic, because I was doubling up as Civic chauffeur at the time, we pulled up in Galley Common. I'm sure Councillor Croft will remind me of the road. They said, and got the livery on the side with the magnetic strips, is that the mayor? Is that the mayor? And as soon as you got out with your chains of office, a round of applause burst out because they loved the fact that their community was coming together, that their mayor, their first citizen of the borough was there, actually supporting them, and that we were able to come together and celebrate an amazing achievement of Her late Majesty the Queen. And we want to do something similar for His Majesty King Charles III. And we have a bunch of Scrooges sat opposite who won't even let them enjoy that. And what have we got here? Trifling, piddly amounts which actually deliver nothing. They have not an original idea for a budget, for a manifesto, for a platform, for what they would deliver for the residents of Nuneaton and Bedworth. Where was their plan to actually refurbish and refresh the play areas in Nuneaton and Bedworth? They haven't got one. They've just adopted ours because it's too much like hard work for them to come up with an original idea. We've actually gone out there and strived to get that funding, that £750,000 funding, which we will also top up, so that the youngsters of Nuneaton and Bedworth can actually learn a skill, can enjoy the arts in a specific, measured and targeted way. Nothing like that from the party opposite. It is a disgrace. I was challenged on social media, Mr Mayor, to say, how long will it take for Councillor Wilson to say that this was written on the back of a fag packet? Well, take a note of the time, ladies and gentlemen. This was written on the back of a fag packet, and we will not be supporting it because it fails to deliver for the residents of Nuneaton and Bedworth. It's a disgrace, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson. Councillor Kyle Evans.
Well, first of all, Mr Mayor, I am pleased that for a change, Labour are actually putting policies forward that we can debate. It's good to see that for a change. But I do want to say this. Councillor Shires said she was presenting a balanced budget. That's not strictly true. Because if you look at paragraph F in this report, and I read from the report, the revised budget position is a deficit of £95,376 on the General Fund to be funded from the General Fund earmarked reserves. Now, yes, one could argue this is a perfectly legal budget to put forward. But is it a sustainable budget? And does it meet the policies set out in our medium-term financial strategy? I would argue not. The fact of the matter is, it's not balanced. Again, you are putting in policies about the Civic Hall, and you're using reserves to subsidise it. We've got to basically stop this. You know, we run this council like a business. We're not going to run this council on a deficit of nearly £100,000 a year. It's not a sustainable position to be in. And on the Civic Hall, let's be clear, before all the graphics go out tomorrow morning, there is no fund in the bank for £300,000 for the Civic Hall. Because, in order to achieve that, £300,000 of assets from the General Fund budget would need to be solved. So my question now is, if it's now the policy of the Labour group to sell off the Civic Hall to whoever at the value of £300,000, or to provide this grant, so what is it that you want to sell from the General Fund? What land are you going to get rid of to achieve this £300,000? Because you must have a plan, because in 18 months' time, when residents want to see this £300,000 that you're offering, how are you going to get it? Are we going to be talking about selling off maybe some of the car parks in the borough for housing? Do you want to sell off some more greenbelt for housing? I think if you're going to present these ideas, at least cough up with what the plan actually is, because there is a plan. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but they've clearly got a plan. There's land that they want to sell in the borough to the tune of £300,000, and it's right that they tell people what that plan is. If they want to, as part of their summing up, want to tell us what that piece of land is, that would be great. But at the moment, I'm not willing to cast my vote in something knowing full well that I could potentially be voting to sell off a pretty big chunk of land in my ward to the tune of £300,000. And quite frankly, I'm not sure how any councillor could do that. Some other points. Raising income through additional casinos. What casinos? I mean, what? I mean, I think we've probably got about 3 from memory. Are we planning on hopefully seeing more casinos rise in the borough to generate a couple of £100? Who knows? And the other point as well is, you know, and the leader of the council's highlighted this fantastically well. You know, I don't see, I mean, why would Labour want to cut funding to our coronation celebrations? It's weird. I know, not even the Green Party want to do that, and they're the anti-monarchists. so I didn't name Councillor Kandaka specifically, Mr. Mayor.
The point of order will be heard at the end of the speech.
So those points I wanted to make. I'm not prepared as a councillor to vote for something that isn't a balanced budget, because it's not a balanced budget. Let's be clear about that. And for anyone watching from home, let's bring some facts into this. Let's take the spin out of it. There is no money for the Civic Hall from this piece of paper. If they want to sell a piece of land to the tune of £300,000, maybe. But until they tell us what that piece of land or what that asset is, we don't know. It's on the back of a fag packet, as the council leader said, and until they actually say what the plan actually is, I can't put my name to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Point of order. Okay, wave that right. Councillor Rob Tremans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, you know, before the recess, we were given two budgets, and actually, although I don't agree with either of them, they've been properly typed up and produced and whatever, and I would like to thank opposition parties for producing that. I remember that the leader and others spent a huge amount of work when we were in opposition, producing really detailed budgets, not just slight amendments, but really detailed line budgets. And all the work that went into that, and with officers, and so I'd like to thank officers for helping these be produced. I think as we have these two, I would like to, at the end of what I'm about to say, move a suspension of standing orders, Mr. Mayor, if that would be in order, so that we can complete the business today. But as far as the Labour amendment is concerned, you know, both of these are very telling. The point's been very well made. We'd never be able to reopen the Civic Hall on £300,000, and whose play park are you going to sell off to raise that money anyway? Some of it's really petty and says an awful lot about priorities. You know, if you're going to take £272 away, you know, from Bulkington, I mean, how mean's that? £272. We spend 17.5 million quid here a year. It's not even a rounding error. You know, it ain't going to help anyone. But it's 300 quid for community stuff in Bulkington that might have made a real difference. Such a shame. So yeah, the fact that the budget relies on a deficit and taking money out of reserves just, you know, tells people they can't really form a new administration and they couldn't run this council, but we clearly can, and we are doing. So that's all I have to say about the Labour budget, but if we could move a suspension of standing orders, thank you.
Yeah, we can take that if there's a seconder for that. Councillor Wilson. We'll just move straight to the debate on the suspension of standing orders then. Sorry. Oh, straight to the vote. Sorry. Did I say debate? Sorry. I meant straight to the vote. Straight to the vote on the suspension of standing orders in order that we can complete the business before us this evening. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? That's carried. So, suspension of standing orders. Councillor Lubskovic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Shives, for producing the Labour budget. I thought we were friends, you and I, Councillor, but clearly, I've done something to upset you and offend you, or Bulkington's done something to upset you or offend you, because you want to take 10%, £272, away from the Bulkington village centre. Okay, yet you would sit there quite happily and argue for Stockingford and Kersley to receive £50,000 plus of funding, but you begrudge us £272. Wait till they find out in Bulkington about this, because it's going to be another 4 years before you get somebody in there based on the back of this, because that sort of pettiness, and that's how it comes across, I'm afraid. It comes across as petty and vindictive, that you would do that to something that's self-funding. I noticed you didn't take it from the library, wonder why you didn't take any funds from the library. Who knows? Next then, the King's coronation. Okay, you want to reduce from 20 to 10,000. We had £2,000 in Bulkington last year, and that £2,000 was an income generator because we had a party in the park which produced a profit of something like £6,000 for Bulkington Sports and Social Club because of the events they hosted. We also had a children's party. All the children in the village were invited to the local primary school for a pizza party. Those sort of things you don't forget. Okay, and those sort of things, you know, you can't really put a price on them, but you have apparently £10,000 for a borough this side. And it just beggars belief that you would go and cut our civic pride in that way. I say, we got maximum value, and I'm sure Nuneaton and Bedworth did for that same money that they had as well. And, you know, you're sort of stopping a lot of sort of people making money on the day. You're stifling that creativity and entrepreneurship, and you're stopping people having a really good time and remembering a historical moment. I think shame on you for doing that. I really do. You know, we've talked about the Civic Hall. You know, £300,000. Where does it end? £300,000 this year, £300,000 next year. You know, what are we doing? Are we selling the family heirlooms? You know, what are we going to have left? Because this is just not sustainable if we carry on doing this the way you're proposing. You know, you cannot just keep robbing from the borough. I'm sorry, that's what it is. We've had years and years of this, and now you've not learned anything since you've been in opposition, and you're just going to carry on making the same mistakes now. So I'm afraid tonight I cannot support this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Kovacevic. Councillor Jack Cano.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I mean, from what we can see in this budget, this is just a budget of take. I mean, they're taking, as we've heard, £272 off Bulkington. They're taking away, I mean, Mr. Mayor, they did this last year. They took away money from the Jubilee celebrations and doing it again with the Coronation Fund. What is Labour obsessions with taking away fund for the residents in the borough and take away that sense of community spirit? I don't understand why they've repeated the same action this year. Even reducing the number of cabinet members by one. We've heard tonight the need for efficiency in the borough going forward, and placing more decision-making responsibility on one individual's head isn't going to help the efficiency problems we've got. And also, we've heard from Councillor Evans and a couple of others, Labour can't even balance a budget, and they have to pay for that, for their own failings, by using reserves that we may desperately need one day. This rainy day money for a reason, and not because they couldn't get the maths right. And the Labour Party have a bit of a history with that in this chamber, I think. And from what I can see in this budget, Mr. Mayor, Labour have no policy, they've got no substance. I mean, this is all tip and no iceberg, but we should be fearing it equally. This doesn't give me, and I'm sure this won't give the residents in Barpool the confidence that they have the right attitude to change the direction of this borough. Mr. Mayor, I cannot support Labour's budget tonight. It does not deliver a positive future for the borough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cano. Councillor Claire Golby.
Sorry, I thought there was other people speaking. Just to pick up on a few things that have already been said, really. The Jubilee, I mean, the Jubilee was a fantastic time. And to try and do down the coronation, which is, it's almost a nod to the outgoing monarch and a big welcome to the new monarch. So I think that's a bit miserable. Reduction of cabinet members. Which one? Who do you think, or which directorate do you think could do without a cabinet member? Because we've all heard how difficult everything is at the moment and how we need to actually keep a strong direction in where we're going. So I don't understand who you would get rid of. Would you get rid of the planning portfolio holder, or housing communities, or finance, or grounds maintenance, or let's just, you know, the amount of stuff that Sue's had to deal with the leisure and the admirable stuff that you had to deal with on the binge strikes. I mean, which one of us would you actually get rid of? Which cabinet member do you think is surplus to requirements? I don't understand. You clearly have not got a view on what we're doing. The gaming and casinos, is there a secret plan? Are we going to become Nun Vegas or Las Bedworth to fund this? Because, I mean, looking at those numbers there, it's like scrabbling down the back of the sofa for pennies compared to the actual size of the budget that we're looking at and that we've presented today. And 272 quid off the village centre. I agree, Lubs. Where's the reduction in other areas when it was argued for so vociferously that Stockingford would collapse in on itself if we didn't pay for the community centre? Well, actually, that's been proved to be quite the opposite. So I think if this budget does go through by some miracle, we'll have a whip round and we'll give you the 272 quid back. You can take that back to the community centre, the village centre, sorry. So the other thing is, this has been presented, but it's got HRA accounts on it, but we've not presented the HRA budget yet. So are we talking about this now or not? Can I have some clarification on that? Because obviously I've not done that yet.
I'm going to say it is in the general fund budget at this point.
Right, so I can talk on the HRA. So I'll move my stuff to the HRA later. But yeah, again, the £300,000 on the Civic Hall. Again, Kyle, you're right. What land? Where? How is it going to spend? And £300,000 is not going to scratch the surface of that Civic Hall. It's not even going to pay to open the doors. We know that it's going to take £1 million to open the doors. So £300,000 is nothing. Absolutely nothing. The residents in Bedworth have been led a right merry dance by Labour over there, and now they're just abdicating any responsibility to put the money where their mouth is, to show the residents of Bedworth that what they said they could actually deliver, which I think it's all very apparent now that what is said and what is deliverable by this budget is a very, very different thing. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. Councillor Beetham.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I look at the amendment before me in disbelief. Labour's done it again. Amendment on the day without any prior notice for scrutiny. It's shameful, in my opinion, for an opposition to do so. Even Labour at County did it the evening before, but still, it's time. However, looking at it during the recess, I said last year that it was Labour copying our homework and copied it wrong and incorrect. This year, I could very much copy and paste the same speech. Except this time, we've taken a surplus and made over 95,000 deficit in our budget. However, as everyone knows, I'm very keen on keeping politicians to their promise, and I'm sure residents will feel the same. Especially promises that those on the benches opposite were elected less than a year ago on. So shall we check if any of their promises have made it into their budget? So, Northern Relief Road. Where is it? That was my question to County at Labour's amendment. In fact, a concerned resident stated she'd like to know how the Nuneaton group have put the Northern Relief Road into their budget, and then repeatedly asked, where is it in the borough budget? Well, that concerned resident was Labour's only county councillor, Caroline Phillips. Is Labour not only divided between Bedworth, Nuneaton and Bolkington, but also with their county representatives? I can answer Councillor Phillips' question now. It's not here. There's not even a fund to investigate it, which they could have put money into the budget for. Community centres. You've now admitted in your budget that you do exactly what we said we were going to do from the start. Give it back to the community. In fact, you've reduced Bolkington, as we've already heard. So, a pillar of community centres? I do not think so. I wonder if the opposition will say they're proposing in this budget to close the centres like they did at election time with us. Or will they admit it was never closing, it was going back to the community, just like Labour are proposing now? Not only that, but free car parking after 3 p.m. was put in your manifesto that you stood on last year. I can't see it in the amendment. I could be completely wrong. You stood on that. And it's not here. It's all good going social media, complaining, knocking on doors, but do not offer residents promises that you cannot and will not put forward in your budget. There's been money spent. Yes, there's hard decisions to be made across the chamber. But none of your election pledges have been kept here, and people have said about the sale of land. Again, I do hope that we hear which piece of land you think for £300,000 it'll be. I really hope it's not Kingswood. I really doubt it'd be Camp Hill or perhaps Abbey on the seats opposite. So it'll be interesting to hear, but I cannot accept this amendment with the deficit incurred here. And when I look at the Labour amendment here, and I look at the Deputy Section 151 Officer's statement, in regards to the level reserves are adequate, although they're only just above that considered minimal acceptance level. In comparison, we have a balanced budget and have a robust level of reserves on in place to support the council's services during 23-24. This council needs stability, and under Labour's amendment tonight, we do not have that stability, and I cannot accept it.
Thank you, Councillor Bootham. Councillor Croft.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I shall wrap up on the amendment from our side, and I won't dissent too much from the comments of... Hang on. Oh, if there's other speakers, I shall wait, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry? No, no, there's no...
Oh. Hang on a minute, I shall let them speak first.
Councillor Brown, I didn't see you indicate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You did acknowledge me when I waved my pen at you earlier. You must have forgotten to write it down, but there's been so many people wanting to speak on this. First of all, I'd just like to thank Councillor Shires. It takes a certain amount of guts as a new councillor to be responsible for putting together a budget. And so I applaud you for actually having the bravery to do what you've done. But I mean, we're all familiar with the film Jungle Book, and there's a scene in there where there's 3 birds on a branch going, what we're going to do? God, I don't know what we're going to do. What we're going to do? And that just looks like what this budget here was. And we've gone through all the different things that it doesn't balance. It doesn't save the Civic Hall as your colleagues in Bedworth have promised that you're going to do. It just doesn't do that. We've heard about the coronation celebrations. You tried last year to cut the Platinum Jubilee budget. You're trying this year to cut the coronation budget. There are some things in life that are memorable, that need to be done properly, and you want to do it badly. And that's just poor form, I'm sorry. You know, show a bit of sense, have a bit of class. Then we come down to some of these other things here. We're going to increase mobile home charges in Caldwell and Exhale, wherever Exhale is. As far as I know, there's a caravan site in Ash Green, not Exhale. But in any case, last year, when we proposed a moderate increase in rents, you criticised us for it, yet you said you were against it. This year, it's in your budget to increase them. Commission on caravan sales. So when the people who are now paying more rent, ground rent on their sites, actually want to move or sell their place, we're actually going to take a bigger slice of that as well. We really know how to hit these people who are largely pensioners and people who are trying to save money. It's just poor form in many, many respects. All the other points have been really well covered, so I'll sit down there. But congratulations for having a go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Croft, I haven't seen any other indications. Oh, sorry, Councillor Shepherd. It is, yes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to support the Labour budget as it reduces the cemetery costs proposed by the ruling group. It offers advertising for car park, season tickets and hire of the town hall, which has been sadly missing in terms of advertising. I know it's on the website, but it's very well hidden. Obviously, the 151 officer has signed the budget off and is robust, and I'm sure if it hadn't been, she wouldn't have signed it off in the first place. But you had mentioned the land. Under your administration, this council is selling off land, and I am aware it's commercially sensitive, so, you know, I'm not going to be saying here, there or wherever. It is under your administration, as I've seen the list that's been sent to me by an officer. So please don't say we're not, you know, you're selling off land in this borough when it's your proposal in the first place. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Right, I don't see any other member indicating. Councillor Croft.
I won't be that long, Mr Mayor, but I will echo some of the points that have already been raised. On the coronation, I mean, they did this last year, Mr Mayor. I mean, there's patriotism for you. It's not just the issue of the fact that it was such a great celebration for the Jubilee, and it is the sort of thing that is, and you won't often hear me say this, perhaps it's more important than money to make sure that we celebrate these things, but it does create another borough issue, because the reason we set it at £20,000 for the celebration, the same as last year, is that we want to be able to bring all the centres into the celebration. So Councillor Kvekovic has already defended Bulkington's honour this evening, but what does the Labour group want to cut? Do they want to cut the celebrations that would happen in Bulkington, in Bedworth? That's what happens when you take out half the budget line item. I mean, Councillor Kenner already referred to the fact that the reason we have 6 members of the Cabinet is because there's work that needs doing. We are not passengers in our own administration. We have a great deal of work that needs to be done, and we need the people in place to do it. Now, fees and charges, I mean, some of this is quite interesting. I mean, Councillor Golby's already referred to the fact that we're going to be Vegas, apparently. We're going to set up a casino industry, and I won't ask what an adult gaming centre is. But the main objection to it is the fact that these are not hugely realistic. I mean, I could have put any of these up in the budget that I presented. But the problem is that for too long at this council, we have essentially just put income projected into the budget lines and then not got it in the year. So the reason that we have raised the fees and charges that we have, as well as the principle of full cost recovery, is that we think that is a realistic income level in the budget for the next year. So we'd have potentially looked at these ourselves if it was realistic. It is not. Mr Mayor, I do feel I once again have to defend the honour of demolishing the lily pad fountain in the town square. It is not simply demolition and destruction. It is improving the central square in Nuneaton. It is opening up the space. It is removing a concrete eyesore, as I have often said, and I'm afraid this is what happens when you put the Labour Party in charge for 40 years. The beautiful things start to disappear and the eyesore things start to come in. On the Civic Hall, I listened to Councillor Shires very carefully, and she was very careful in her words when she said that it might mean that the Civic Hall would be preserved for the residents of Bedworth. Of course it wouldn't, Mr Mayor, because it would cost at least £1 million in capital funding to reopen it. I mean, £750,000, as Director Hollis and Councillor Markham have already explained, on the boilers alone, to get a safe and effective heating system. There's no way that even if you could find the capital receipt out of the land, you could do anything substantive with the Civic Hall under current circumstances. And of course, Mr Mayor, the main objection to this amendment is the fact that, despite what was said when it was moved, all the changes result in a £95,000 deficit. That is not... Now, you can fund that from the reserves, but I've already spoken at great and somewhat tedious length about why we should not be raiding the reserves simply to balance day-to-day spending in this borough. It is not financially responsible, and it is not a financially responsible amendment from the Labour Party, and we will reject it.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. Councillor Watkins is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, the spin certainly began there, didn't it? So we put something forward and the Tories spun it. The reason that you don't get things earlier is because we've hardly had any time to work with officers. We've had, well, it's not rubbish, it's fact. We've had no time to work with the directors. We've had very little time to work with officers, and this is what we've got. It was signed off Friday. I think it was late Friday, but we had some other questions that needed asking to make sure that we could deliver it today. You keep going on about the £300,000. Councillor Evans, how many times must he ask the Labour group for help? He's an accountant now as well, because he knows that this can't be signed off. Well, it was. It was. So you're not an accountant, and it was signed off. Sell off the Civic Hall, he says in his speech. Well, we didn't say that, did we? We didn't say that we were going to sell off the Civic Hall. What we said is we'd put £300,000 into a pot to work with the chosen group. What? Right. I'm not going to get into a debate with Councillor Evans. It's £300,000, as it says in the printed out budget, from the sale of land. And then he goes on about what land? Well, we're not telling you. We're not telling you because you're the opposition. Get it into your head. You're the opposition. We don't tell you. Well, you're our opposition. Or are you not? Are you on the same side now? Jack Cano goes on about reducing of a cabinet member. Yeah, following the management restructure, we think it's only right to reduce a cabinet member. But other people went on about that as well. Councillor Golby on about. So they think it's not right to reduce a cabinet member, but it is right to reduce members of the management. I really don't know what Councillor Beaton was going on about things in our manifesto, but yeah, we did say that we would get on to Warwickshire County Council for a Northern Relief Road. Yeah, we said that, and yeah, we will. Community centres, you've already took them away. So what else do you want to do to the residents of Kingswood and Barpool? I don't know. So you've just said that £200 is hardly here or there. So it's not taking it away, is it? Car parking. You're going on about car parking and not... Councillor Beaton was going on about car parking and not doing the 3 after 3. Well, you destroyed the car parking income this year, haven't you? So we couldn't really offer anything like that again this year because you're already in deficit on that. So, as said, we will stop the demolition of the lily pad fountain and we'll spend it on something else if that is what is allowed through that grant. We won't be selling off the Civic Hall, but we will be working with the chosen group. So the £300,000 that we put in, plus the £304,435 that is in your budget, makes it £600,000. Or do you want me to explain that to you, Councillor Evans? Because I know you're not very good at this. So, and then Councillor Evans again, 2-3 years ago, was criticising us, the Labour group, about spending £50,000 on collection of cash from security machines, by using a security company. So we've reduced that by £10,000, and then we will review what the security company does in collecting the remaining cash, because some of our car parks will be going to ANPR, so it should be a little bit easier for the security company. But Councillor Evans criticised us, and it's still there in his budget, £50,000 for collecting cash. So, yes, Mr Mayor, there is a signed-off budget here, and that's what we've put forward, and we'll move to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Councillor Shires, I understand you have a right to reply. You wish. Oh, sorry. Might have the Constitution slightly wrong. No, it was your seconder. Sorry about that. I'm trying to put you on the spot there. I do apologise. So, That concludes the opposition debate. We'll now move to the vote. All those in favour of the Labour amendment, please show. 3. All those against? I missed that. You got it? Any abstentions? Sorry, that amendment is lost. So, Councillor Condacall.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. With your permission, I would now like to present the Green Amendment, which we circulated some time ago for consideration. We are in a cost of living crisis, and the Green Group's budget focuses on helping people wherever possible. There are 3 main areas we need things to be done a lot better. We need to manage our car parks better, so that they serve the public while not being a drain on the council tax, on a council taxpayer. We need to manage the council's energy use better. Spending around £20 million over the next decade on electricity is not sustainable. And we need to be smarter with our assets and ask serious questions when they're being replaced. On car parking, the 3 hours for £1.50 almost everywhere has been a failure. It has led to significant losses due to ticket swapping, and fewer people are popping into the 2 towns to buy 1 or 2 things. We make significant loss on the less attractive car parks, where we cannot lower our prices to increase trade. Ideally, we would have liked to vary car parking charges so that many would be 70p an hour, whilst we would charge £1.20 at the rope walk. Sadly, this is not possible without changing the lease with the rope walk, as there seems to be a rule that all the charges in Nuneaton have to be the same regardless to how popular a car park is. For this year, therefore, we propose a radical option for car parking charges to overcome these problems, with the onerous lease, the significant financial losses of the Harefield Road car park, and the total lack of Abbey Street car parking. We propose that the council provides around 800 free car parking spaces at Harefield Road, Victoria Street, Poolbank Street, Park Road and Bedworth Railway Station. We propose free parking in Nuneaton is limited to 3 hours to ensure its benefit is to the local town's economy. And we propose that the short stay car parking in Bedworth will be 70p an hour. In order to fund this, the most popular car parks would need higher charges, but we're charged by the hour. So even at the rope walk, the charge for 1 hour parking will be just £1.40, 10p less than effectively you pay for 1 hour in the rope walk at the moment. Going forward, we need to bring some parking at the Abbey Street car park back into use as soon as possible. Work on changing the onerous lease with the rope walk and review the future of the Harefield Road car park. Currently, the Harefield Road car park is a financial black hole, with the average space being used just over once per week. We need to look at selling it to either the Abbey Gate Centre, to a commercial operator, or even replacing it with a small park. Because once Abbey Street reopens, Harefield Road makes no sense financially for the council. We need to build some funds up to replace our sports centres and assets such as the demolished skate park. We currently issue around 220,000 free tickets for parking at our sports centre per year, and less than 850 actually pay a fee to park at those car parks. That is stupidly inefficient. We propose that all parking there is free before 11 a.m. and after 4 p.m, and that on weekdays there will be a £1 charge. Outside these times, there will be no need to issue tickets. Over 60% of the parking at sports centres would still be free. The council needs to be considerably more energy efficient for economic as well as environmental reasons. The current outlook for the council is to spend around £20 million on electricity over the next decade and an unknown amount on gas. The council wants to rent out office space, but most are in desperate need of double glazing. The Green Group will employ an energy efficiency officer to bring the council's massive energy bill down, enabling lower council tax bills and lower council rents. We want the council to be far smarter with its considerable vehicle fleets, replacing vans, some of which have only done 20,000 miles in 7 years, is extremely wasteful. It may be too late to stop the stupid £1.7 million current replacement, but at least we can budget that these vans will be used for at least 10 years. We need to look at getting better value out of selling the old vans and possibly selling some new vans, including as well. We need to look at selling possibly some of these to local businesses, getting better value out of them and keeping them local. We would use such receipts from asset sales to become even more energy efficient, which in turn can feed back into lower council tax rises and lower council rents. We'll remove anomalies for the extra store rents on the markets, keeping rents as low as possible. The Green proposals would save the market traders around £38,000 in total, compared with the controlling group's proposals. The markets are vital for footfall in both towns. And of course, if you don't support the market, then you don't get the car parking income. The review of the borough plan has been a fiasco. It will not provide a sustainable plan within the next year. There will clearly be considerable slippage, and it doesn't deliver the 15-minute communities that we need. Yeah, we want everyone to be in 15 minutes to the shops, the GPs, etc. And that's just not in the borough plan. So we would reduce the budget for the borough plan for this year by £100,000, as there's no point in spending money on a plan that would then need to be changed. We would support the transfer of the Civic Hall to a new operator. We'd ring-fence the budget allocation to the non-operational Civic Hall for supporting community use in future. And I think, as the Councillor Croft highlighted, the cash amount of that is about £50,000. So it's not a vast sum. And one thing I must point out, half the time Councillor Croft includes the paper money or fictitious money of the capital charges, and half time it's not. The actual cost of the Civic Hall was about £500,000, with £300,000 as effectively capital charges. We would also be keen on fitting a large solar array to the roof of the Civic Hall, probably about 30 kilowatts, and we'd see if the new operators or the council can take advantage of this. But that'd obviously be over a year away, so it'd be in next year's budget. It's also time to look at the mayoralty, to be more prudent with robes and chains and brooches and plaques, and we've reduced that part of the budget by £2,349. We also need to be a lot smarter on spending, such as the £2,173 recently spent on studs outside the town hall. These things just move problems. The effect of more energy efficiency, providing smarter car parking charges and being realistic on the borough plan means that we can set a council tax rise of 1.5% rather than 2.99 as proposed by the controlling group. A green budget, it will be better for the council taxpayer, better for businesses and better for the environment. And I really hope you all support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Connachor. Does that receive a seconder?
Mr. Mayor, I second the amendment and I reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. That opens up the Green Amendment for debate. Right. Sorry, I did make a few notes. Yeah. Councillor Tromans.
There was some of this that was a bit funny. I think for people that understand public finances, the spin for public consumption, hoping that people are gullible, was interesting. But for those people that have got the figures in front of them and understand, the usual kind of deluded green stuff, and deluded's the right word because energy officer. I love that. When you think of the fully reallocated costs and the costs of recruiting them and the pensions and all the rest of it, this is a low-paid role. It's 20 grand a year or whatever for somebody, and they're going to do what the entire free world failed to do. They're going to turn round to all the energy producers on the world and say, no, Nuneaton and Bedworth gets its energy for half price or some big discount or whatever. Our poor low-paid or part-time energy officer is going to do that. Deluded? Deluded. There's some other stuff in here which, beggars belief. It's, to hear that speech, it's all about cutting car parking charges. But yet, you're going to put £240,000 on the motorist. We know the Green Party don't like cars, but that's not just mean, that's abuse. Nearly £250,000 extra hit in a year. That's hideous. So, it's the usual nonsense. It sounds good until you actually write down or see in black and white what they're saying, and then it's just deluded. But more than that, it's very telling, because there's some stuff in here that's not too nice, really. Community safety, we want to cut the budget there. Actually, when it comes to community safety, the leisure centres, you might think, oh, well, that's a blow if you're going to start charging for people to park at the leisure centre. We're a heart town and all the rest of it. You're putting people off going, and yeah, there's a whole bunch of good reasons why that is a dreadful and wrong-headed idea that will only cause harm to people, but that's not unusual for the Green Party. But more than that, it's going to put real risk to children. You think of where the Pingles gets used at kicking out time at school, at 3 o'clock, at 3:15, at 3:30, when the children are going to the two local schools. If we didn't have parents parking there, can you imagine the chaos that would be outside at school picking up time? Now, I don't want to think and be the one to have to explain to a parent when there's been a dreadful accident, because you took away their ability to park there readily and easily at school picking up and dropping off time. The schools are geared up for it, to making sure the kids get round there to where the parents are parked nice and safely. That's going to get taken away. That's really not thinking. And also, the usual stuff from the Greens, the double talk. Oh, Green Councillor. But yet, Green bin charge going to be doubled. £25 for 6 months. It's £50 a year. You couldn't make it up, could you? But what's really, really telling about this is the £100,000 from the borough plan. That tells us everything we all knew, and now the public can see it. We look at Weddington, the man who said they would stop all the developments there. What developments were stopped by the Greens? None, because they didn't really want to stop them. What they wanted to do without interruption, because we know you don't like it when you hear the truth, is have loads of development. They just wanted it all to be social housing. All people that would vote Green. So as it happened, none of the developments got stopped. Not by the Greens. There have been. There was one recently. We got it stopped because we were working on our borough plan, our new improved borough plan. Now, 100,000 is pretty much the entire budget, is it not, for the borough plan? And without a borough plan, we don't have the protection. So this is a developer's charter. We now see the Greens for what they are. They were Labour's Trojan horse in Weddington, who allowed and facilitated all of the overdevelopment there. I went to meeting after meeting where this kind of do down the borough plan and take away the money for it. That kind of would be about right, because a lot of misdirection, telling residents to do things that wouldn't have stopped the development at all. In fact, wouldn't have been any help. So sounded like they were against development, but actually a developer's charter. And scrapping the borough plan, taking away our protection, the protection of the residents in St Nicholas, Weddington and Scally-Common and Bulkington, so many other parts of the borough, that's exactly what the Greens would do. They'd give the developers a charter. What an absolute betrayal of the people of Weddington and this borough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tromans. Point of order, Councillor Condacore.
He wasn't talking to the subject. He was making accusations about planning matters. We're talking about the budget.
I think he was, to be honest with you. You put papers in, money, an item, a line in your budget for the borough plan. So I think he was talking to the budget. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Well, I said that the last alternative budget was written on the back of a fag packet. I think I'll give you some slight credit, Councillor Condacor. I think I might upgrade that to a cigar packet. But also, earlier, Mr Mayor, I said that he appeared to have two faces. Well, looking at this, it appears he has more faces than the town centre clock. Because if you look at this, it is a war on the motorist, it is a developer's charter. Councillor Tromans is absolutely right, and it reminds me of the old line that the Green Party is really like a watermelon, green on the outside and red on the inside. And also, he is just basically trying to spend almost £1 million on a pet project. How on earth is that in the residents' interest to spend almost £1 million on new windows, when there is so much else in this borough which needs to be done, Mr Mayor, primarily getting this council working right as it should do in the 21st century, not some back to the future time warp 1970s monstrosity we inherited when we took control in 2021. Let's look at the actual results of this budget if it was to go through. It is a divisive budget, Mr Mayor. It pits Bedworth against Nuneaton. Last time I checked, and it's right up there to remind us all, Mr Mayor, it says united to achieve. Why should Bedworth get cheaper car parking than residents in Nuneaton? We all pay the same rates. We all have to pay for the same upkeep of each different car park. And not to mention the car parks he wants to make completely free, which are currently chargeable now. Again, those car parks do not run on fresh air. They do not have any magic money tree, as is so often proclaimed but never exists, Mr Mayor. They have to be paid and maintained for by residents of this borough. And one way of doing that is that we ensure a fair, keyword fair, Mr Mayor, charge on using the car parks to cover the cost. Now, Labour used to use it as a cash cow. We are actually looking at it on the perspective of making sure that it wipes its face and we cover the essentials this town hall needs to do. And also, he's going for an inflation-busting 20% increase in car park season tickets, Mr Mayor. Now, a number of the people who use car park season tickets will be workers in our town centres, hard-pressed workers who will not be getting the inflation-busting pay rises that the unions seem to want to demand, but which will endanger and imperil our economy. He is happy to increase and even double the problems that residents of Nuneaton and Bedworth will be facing. Now, it is an absolute cheek, and this is why I come to the many faces of the Town Hall clock, Mr Mayor, about the reduction of £100,000 from the borough plan budget. He has stood there, time after time, saying, your borough plan is delayed, we have more houses than we need. Well, this borough plan we are reviewing, Mr Mayor, reduces the number of houses that will be required, and if we don't have that £100,000 in the budget, we will never get a new, refreshed borough plan. We will still be beholden to Labour's awful deal with Coventry City Council, and it will be our residents who yet again suffer. Councillor Condacor can well sit there and smirk, but he is the one who says your borough plan is delayed. We tell him constantly that we need reports updating. That costs money. Where is the magic money tree for this? He's actually cutting the money which we need for up-to-date, informative, inspector-proof reports that mean we can have a refresh of the borough plan. The residents he proclaims he is there to protect will be the ones most imperilled by his amendment. And yes, it is a developer's charter, and I well remember in 2012, when he stood for Weddington, he said, I will stop these developments. He has stopped not one property being developed, Mr Mayor, and he will enable thousands more to be developed if his budget goes through. It is an absolute disgrace. And whilst we're on it, Mr Mayor, £950,000 for new windows. Now, Window Bright, or whoever they call themselves, nowadays others are available. I have to pay the BBC card that other reputable window fitters are available. That is an absolute travesty that he wants to put forward almost £1 million of money, which, to be fair, was mostly generated from the residents in St Nicholas and Weddington from New Homes bonus money, because there was all that additional housing dumped in Weddington and St Nick's by the Labour Borough plan. Does he want to actually look at getting a working council? Does he want to look at getting play equipment resolved across the borough? Does he want to look at improving our town centres? No. He wants new windows. What a disgrace, Mr Mayor. And it doesn't even deserve to be put before us tonight. We will be voting against it.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. We've got Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And this is, as both Councillor Tromans and Councillor Wilson put it, a charter for housing developers, but it's also a charter for criminals as well, because Nuneaton and Bedworth under this budget will become a hotspot for crime under his plans to cut the community safety grant. And also, let's also see the line as well about the reduction of electricity costs down footpaths. Now, we both know where this is leading to. So actually, I've met women in our borough who don't feel safe walking Go ahead.
Excuse me. It's my decision as to whether he speaks. Councillor Evans, if you'll finish your speech, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I know of women in this borough who don't feel safe walking in certain parts of the borough at night, and effectively, this line would, it's going to make Nuneaton and Bedworth a hotspot for criminals. I don't think anyone in their right mind could possibly put their name to this. And in fact, I'm sure when the national... I don't think a point of information exists.
Councillor Condacor, your point of explanation will be heard at the end of the Speaker's speech.
And I have to say, I think when the National Green Party see this, they're going to be up in arms about it. Coming on to the borough plan and the removal of the £100,000 borough plan budget. Well, I've got my problems with the borough plan. Members know that. I'm not a NIMBY. I think that housing developments are needed to meet our housing demands, but I've always been against the inclusion of the Bedworth woodlands due to the fact it's a floodplain and due to the highways issues that would be brought about. And as part of the review process that we're going through, the woodlands would be removed from the borough plan. And I think that if I voted for this budget, which would effectively take the £100,000 away from the planning department to work on the review process, actually it just means that the woodlands is going to be in the borough plan even longer. I'm not too sure how I could possibly defend that to my residents back home. And indeed, even as a Wellington councillor, he goes to Bedworth and moans about the fact that the woodlands is included. Well, it's not exactly going to help, is it? Trying to take the woodlands out of the borough plan. And then again, on the capital budget, I mean, I thought we were in a cost of living crisis, yet we can find nearly £1 million to spend on new windows at the town hall. Is that your ambitious plan for our borough? New windows at the town hall? And the other thing I'd make as well from the capital budget is you often see Councillor Kandaka on social media criticising the number of projects that we have in our capital programme. Well, you're just adding to the capital programme, aren't you? So I mean, not just add, you're adding over £1 million to the capital programme. So I mean, I know I sort of made my concerns about the Labour budget known, but I mean, this one's just laughable. So no, I won't be supporting. Like, it's a charter for developers and criminals, and at least the Labour group put something a bit more positive forward.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Point of person explanation, Councillor Condacor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In the budget, it clearly says on the item about footpath lighting, reduction of footpath lighting electricity costs by newly installed energy efficient lighting, i.e. lighting that is better, not lighting that is worse. And if you look at the lighting installed by the County Council, yeah, the LED lighting is more intense and is better lighting. You're misleading, Mr.
Councillor Condacor, I think that's stretching the point. Councillor Baxter-Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, having read something earlier and made comment on it, and chose not to make comment because it's a prime example, both these budgets, of something that my teachers used to say to me all the time at school: must try harder. And up until then, I never realised what they meant. Tonight, I realise what they meant. Because having read the first budget and having read this, I just don't see the logic. Having sat in borough plan committees with Councillor Condacore, where he has argued against the revised number of housing, the less number of housing that our revised borough plan will deliver, and he's argued for that number of houses to be even lower. And I believe it was at the last committee meeting he was telling us how we were wrong and that should be even lower. He then wants to remove £100,000 from the budget to put the process even further behind and insist that the existing borough plan stays in place for even longer, allowing more houses to be developed in the borough. So I'm a bit confused by that one. And we do know that every now and again you'll say one thing and mean something else, so I am completely confused by what you mean by that. And then we come to car parking. We're going to remove the allocated parking bay for the mayor, the deputy mayor and the post van from the car park to create more revenue. But we're going to remove the councillor's season tickets, but let the mayor, the leader and the shadow leader, by that I presume you mean yourself, so you're keeping your car parking pass. Well, do I start on that one? Yeah. So you're keeping your car parking pass, but you're not making any more space in the car park because the mayor might be here all day. The post van has still got to come at some point. I presume you come in and out of the council chamber during the day, so I presume you'll be taking up a parking space? Not all the time. Yet, and also, poor old Martin, you want to reduce his budget for next year. All the good work that we do, all the good work the mayor's done across the borough, I've seen it firsthand this year and seen how Councillor Clark has been taken by people, how they've come up to him. But, you know, you want to reduce that budget, so there'll be even less for the good work that the mayor of this borough can do as an ambassador for this borough. And then you want to reduce the community safety budget, whilst spending over £1 million on new windows and putting a fund together for £200,000 worth of solar panels. Now, I've recently had a quote for solar panels, and I would love to know how many solar panels £200,000 buys to get me a saving.
Thank you, Councillor Buxton-Payne. Councillor Claire Golby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, this budget, really, I can't make my mind up what it actually stands for. So to pick up immediately on the point about lighting. So there's a capital expenditure of lighting of £47,000, and then there's a saving of £260. So the payback, if you work out the saving of the lighting that's mentioned on the first page compared to the capital expenditure mentioned on the second page, is 181 years to pay back the £47,000 based on 260 quid saving. Hardly worthwhile. The studs as well, you have mentioned the studs. I've had people thank me for that because they've not had to deal with the abuse and the stink and all the other stuff that's been going on around there. And that's actually our staff. Our staff have to go out and move people on. And they've thanked me because they don't actually have to do that anymore. So, no, those studs were money well spent in my eyes. So the main nub of this for me, the main issue is community safety. Given the issues that we've had in this borough, and given when it was organised, a community conference was organised by this council with regards to community safety, and Councillor Kandaka criticised people for him not being invited, and now he wants to cut the budget for community safety. So on the one hand, community safety is a really big issue that he needs to be involved in, and on the other hand, he wants to take the money away. So I actually think community safety is again, worth every penny that we spend on it. And if it was up to me, I'd spend some more and do some other things. But that's a conversation for another day. So I can't countenance putting a lesser value on community safety than we already do. I'm actually quite disgusted when you think about all the issues that we've had to deal with, and this is going to be a reduction in the budget for community safety is ridiculous. Parking at the leisure centres, it's already been touched on, and I agree, yeah, being one of those parents that use those car parks, and I get that it's within a particular time frame of 11 and 4, but actually the kids use those car parks after those times because they go to out of school events, and you know the sports days that we have at the schools are done down the Pingles, so it does actually affect a lot of kids. And after 4 o'clock, definitely. When you're picking your kids up from school, sometimes you're there till well gone 4 o'clock anyway. So, good point. But actually, parking at the leisure centre is penalising those people who want to use the facilities. And this budget is basically is an attack on the health and the safety of people in our borough, and nothing more. And considering it's from the Greens, I think you should be embarrassed by that, really, because you stand on this platform of being for everybody and being for the healthy environment and being for the people, and this is not that. This is absolutely not that. Again, I just can't even get my head around a cut in community safety grants, so I'm just going to leave it there. But I am not going to be able to support anything along those lines on this budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Orby. Councillor Lubs-Jabekovic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so we've heard a lot already about this budget, so it's really difficult to sort of probably add anything that's not already been said. But the thing that gets me is, you know, you keep talking about, you know, what a bad job we do, what a bad job Labour have done. Yet, you know, I look at this and, you know, this is an anti-residents budget that you've proposed. You want to increase the cost of the green bin charges by having a 6 monthly bin charge of £25, which, you know, if I do my maths, £25 for 6 months times 2 will give us a £50 fee for the year. That's an annual increase of £10 per year. Okay? It says trial half-yearly green bin option per household for £25.
Councillor Condacor.
So it does say exactly that. So this is anti-resident at a time at the moment where
Councillor
already...
Condacor, please don't interrupt the speaker.
At a time when residents are already finding it difficult to make ends meet, you would penalise them further by adding this cost on. I suppose, is that to sort of help pay for your £950,000 for your little vanity project of providing sort of new windows for the town hall? How does that benefit the residents in this borough? How does that actually benefit, you know, the 120, 130,000 people that live in this borough by putting new windows in here? It really doesn't. If we want to prioritise our money, Councillor Condacor, let's prioritise it to help people within the borough, okay? Because this really isn't it. I mean, yeah, you come on social media and you give the big un, okay, and you talk down to everybody else that's on there, but you need to turn that insightful eye of yours in on yourself and on this budget of yours, because it is absolutely appalling. £100,000 for the borough plan. Well, you come to Bulkington and tell us then why HSG 7 will go ahead. You go to the Woodlands in Bedworth and tell them why HSG 4 will also go ahead. Because that's what you're saying. You're putting the death knell on the only 2 sites that we can pull from the borough plan because you want to pull the only funding we've got to get that budget over the finish line. And then, you know, you call yourself a Green. Wow. You know, you want to sort of submit that to your national head office and see what they've got to say about it, and you know, perhaps get your green credentials checked and in order. Okay, I think I'm done.
Thank you, Councillor Trebekovic. Councillor Condacor, point of personal explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The £25 is an option. The £40 fee still stays.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We keep having points of personal explanation. They are, according to the Constitution, about what one has said. So if a councillor has said something and it's been misrepresented, they are able to correct what their meaning was. It is not for them to explain light items in their budget, nor it is for them to shout out during the budget meetings.
Thank you, Councillor Tremans. It is a line in the budget, you're right, and it was previously a line in the budget that was spoken to before. Moving on to Councillor Richard Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know what I can add to everything that's been said. This is just appalling. The Greens do really hate motorists, don't they? Yes. I've added up £235,000 is the tinkering with the car park charges. I don't know how that helps our town centres or draws in people. It's just appalling. Reduction in community safety budget. How anyone can even consider reducing community safety is beyond me. But to crown it all, earlier today he asked me a question about the borough plan and suggested that as part of our review we look at extra money for infrastructure. And then he presents a budget that basically takes away all of our borough plan review budget, which means without a borough plan review, it's an open sesame for developers. As has been said, you know, what happens with HSG 7 and HSG 4, which we intend to remove. He's constantly complained about the housing in Labour's borough plan, their third-rate borough plan, that we're now reviewing. We're reducing those housing numbers considerably in our review, and he moans about that. But he wants to take away the budget, which will actually produce a borough plan, which will save us from unwanted development in the Greenbelt. I just don't get it. I really don't get it. This is, it's not even the back of a fag packet. It's just the worst thing I've ever seen. I mean, Labour's suggestions were bad enough, but this is just pathetic.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Jack Kenham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I mean, we've heard tonight a couple of times about Labour's budget being written on the back of a fag packet. The leader said earlier this is written on the back of a cigar packet. I'd actually think this is written on the back of one of those old 10-pack of cigarettes that you used to get before they were banned, or a packet of Rizzlers, indeed. The Conservatives have been waiting for years to hear really what the Greens are made of, to hear their substance and their policy. And it looks like they've given us nothing more than sloppy leftovers in a bowl that's been left in the sink a bit too long, rather than what they're actually made of. If you have a look at this, Mr. Mayor, the car parking, to remove councillor season tickets, as it's already been mentioned this evening, at least Councillor Condacor gets to keep his season ticket. At least he's okay in this. And also doubling the green bin tax as well. And also, even that's a bit iffy as well, because there's a difficult estimate to take up. I mean, they don't even know, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to keep this short, but I will speak for a little bit on the reduction in the community safety budget. I mean, I think that's absolutely atrocious thing to put into a budget, especially after the 12 months this borough's had. I know women, and I know other people as well, who are scared to walk home alone at night. Not just alone, Mr. Mayor, but also to the cash point, or to the next bar, or the bus station, or scared to get anywhere near a dark area. I mean, Councillor Garby's done some fantastic work over the last 2 years in this department, and Councillor Condacor should be absolutely ashamed of himself for this. But I also think there's been a bit of a disconnect in the Condacor household as well, because we heard earlier today Mrs. Condacor advocating for more money for community safety in her question to the Cabinet. So there must be some pretty awful times in the Condacor household at the moment. I do feel for you. I hope everything's okay. But also, after years and years and years of Councillor Condacor talking about planning matters in the borough plan, to remove £100,000 from the borough plan budget is really surely a betrayal of his own principles. How can he look the public in the eye and sell this if it's completely contradictory to everything he's been talking about for years? And also to peddle socialist conspiracy theories at the same time as doing this, the 15-minute round. Well, that's not what I was expecting this evening, Mr. Mayor. And to spend £1 million on windows. Mr. Mayor, this is nothing more than a vanity budget. A vanity budget that's designed to look after Councillor Concourt and massages his ego by indulging his fantasy projects at the taxpayer's expense. And it shows his real principles, and I cannot support this budget, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kennan. Councillor Brett Beetham.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I believe this is the first green budget that the council has seen. I could be incorrect. So for that, I will say, you know, that is something, just like we did for Emma Shires. However, there are some starking similarities, and again, I'll point to section 4 on the Green Amendment, just like I did for Labour's amendment. Again, it says, for the reserves is adequate, although they are only just above the considered minimum acceptable level, which, when I compare it to the original pre-amendment version, we have a robust level of reserves that are in place to support council services during the year. So that is one reason that I cannot. The Chamber has already echoed the concerns of the borough plan, with that cost being cut. But I will say this, it is very... I attacked Labour saying that they were disjointed between borough, county, between the different centres here. At least the Greens seem to be united here and at county in regards to they like using their reserves, they like attacking motorists, whether it's car parks, whether it's verge maintenance or goodness no matter what. However, I do look forward to the second Green councillor and his summary of taking away the community safety budget, which seems to be the biggest concern here, regardless of the £1 million windows and that, but the justification for cutting that at a time where all wards, I know mine especially, have been hit by a lot of increased crime, should we say, of not particularly a pickpocketing nature, but a more violent and sinister crime. But perhaps that will be explained to us. And I hope that it is, and they can figure out a reason how it is acceptable. And, you know, I do also look forward to the defending of cutting the borough plan when it has been the Greens' opposition to it, and why they think that, you know, without cutting the borough plan, doesn't that mean we get stuck with Labour's third-rate plan that everyone in this chamber, Mr. Concourt, Councillor Concourt included, has fought against? That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Beetham. Councillor Damon Brown.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just like to contrast the eloquent and joined-up way that Councillor Croft presented his budget, in that he told us about what the problems were, he told us the figures, and he told us about the plans to actually deal with those problems, with the sort of have your cake and eat it type of things that are in this budget. We had the red one, now we've got the green one. And just taking a couple of points. I mean, Councillor Golby was very, very accurate when she talked about the payback time for the street lighting. We're going to have those lights will actually be out of commission and have to be replaced long before they ever see any realistic payback. We've got the attack on office workers who have no choice but to park in the town by hitting season tickets with a presumed saving. Now, where do you think, what's going to happen? We're going to displace those people from the car parks onto the streets around the town centres. Bedworth already suffers really badly with this in places, you know, in and around sort of Francis Crescent, for example, right? Packed with cars, people trying to avoid parking to pay to park. They go somewhere else, right? You know, as a cyclist, I ride a bike probably more than Councillor Concourt does here. Certainly cover more miles in a year. Right? It's bad enough in the town centres already with parked cars on pavements, people opening doors as you're going past and things like that. But you want to make it even less safe by moving people from safe car parks onto the streets where they'll park partly on the pavement, block roads, block cycle paths, all of these type of things. Right? So we're hitting workers, we're hitting office workers, we're making the roads less safe. We're displacing parking for the time when kids come out of schools onto the roads again, when office workers are trying to get home. Yeah, it's already packed round the Pingles at office times, peak times. We're going to make that worse. So it really is quite a... Well, I welcome it in a sense, because at least you've actually got some policies now. Year after year you come to meetings and you criticise everything. I like this, I like that, but I want this and I want that. Welcome to getting off the fence. Clearly, your mind was numb from all the time sitting there. Thank you.
Councillor Rowan. Councillor Croft.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. There is very little more to be said on this subject, but I did think, as I was listening to Councillor Condacor speaking, I think I hit the right nail on the head when I pointed out that we have found him out. This is a very political shadow budget. This is not some sort of community campaigner, non-political sort of, oh, well, I'm a bit conservative on some things and I'm a bit liberal on others. This is a highly ideological programme that he has put forward. And I think I don't know if I heard it used already, this is a shadow budget that is anti-motorist, anti-sports, and basically anti-fun. Now, Councillor Condacor made what was effectively a tawdry opportunist speech in which he tried to deflect from the fact that his changes would cream, was it £240,000 off the motorist? It is an anti-motorist position, and he has got this obsession with car parks. Now, we've got a rate that works in terms of driving footfall. The economy hasn't recovered the way we wanted it to, but it is driving footfall into the town centres. And, as I have said before, the principal mode of transport in this part of the world is the motor car. It is not for us to try and penalise the motorist, to socially engineer them not to get about the place in the way they want to. Mr. Mayor, anti-sports, there's a reason that we have a certain amount of time free at the leisure centres. It's because we want to encourage people to be healthier. We want to encourage them to go and take up swimming and that sort of thing. And as for anti-fun, Mr. Mayor, the mayoralty, he wants to cut some more out of the mayoralty. We've already gone over just how important the mayoralty is to our civic life, and I think Councillor Walsh deserves a fair crack of the whip next year, and he'll do an excellent job, just like you have, Mr. Mayor. Now, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Condacor, he's always on at me about how the capital programme is overloaded and we've got too many projects going on. There's this, that, and the other. But of course, Mr. Mayor, there's always money for his pet projects. There's always money for his little ideological priors. I mean, I thought it'd be more exciting than Windows, but if he wants to spend £1 million on Windows, it's so fascinating that anything that he wants to do, anything out of this sort of watermelon doomsday ideology that he has, we can find the money for it. Now, Mr. Mayor, earlier on this evening, he was bemoaning our supposed lack of financial planning and our long-term thinking. Now, what he has done to pay for his windows, his very expensive windows, is he has taken the new homes bonus. So he has abolished the transformation and resilience reserve that we have created in our budget. So, in other words, I mean, he was complaining about the finance department earlier. You will not get a council that actually works. You will not get a council that is effective and operative and can do the policy changes that we require it to have. So, it's all very well. It's a tawdry, opportunist effort from Councillor Condacor. We've seen right through him, and I think we shall reject it.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. There's no other speakers, so I'll return.
Councillor Wright reserved his right to speak.
Yes, he did. Councillor Wright, you did reserve your right to speak. Did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes. Right, well, we've seen a lot of misunderstanding of this amendment, whether deliberate or otherwise, I don't know. So to take a couple of points, it's not about making the footpath lighting less, it's about making it more energy efficient and actually brighter. It's not about cutting public safety. It's about cutting vanity projects such as the studs, which do not improve public safety at all, that simply shift the problem a few yards elsewhere. It's not about a war on the motorist. It's about making more efficient use of our existing car parks, so the ones that are underused are charged less, the ones that are overused are charged a little bit more, but less for short periods. It's not about increasing green bin charges. It's about giving the option of paying £25 for 6 months or paying, as is the current situation, £40 for a year. It gives people the option, depending on when they move in, to use it for just half the year at a reduced cost. What's the objection to that? And in fact, as Councillor Croft pointed out in his speech, the increasing cost of electricity is a major issue, so I don't see why the party opposite are so anti-improvements in energy efficiency. Surely, and I'd like to thank Councillor Croft for bringing up the issue of intergenerational theft, because refusing energy efficiency is intergenerational theft, not only in economic, but also in environmental terms. The worst kind of intergenerational theft is climate change. And it's because I'm opposed to intergenerational theft that I'm a member of the Green Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. That brings us on to the vote. All those in favour of the Green amendment? All those against? Any abstentions? That amendment is lost, which returns us to the substantive motion. Councillor Brett-Beaton.
I think this is probably the most I've gotten up and down in a meeting in a long time, Mr. Mayor. Well, we've heard about the amendments to it, so let's hear about the main event, shall we? As you know, I represent Kingswood, and I understand some of the challenges faced by our community and the importance of ensuring that our budget reflects the needs of the people we serve. In the past year, we've been faced with unprecedented challenges brought on by the recovery since COVID-19, the war on our doorstep in Europe, inflation, and much more. And I am proud of the resilience and determination demonstrated by the residents of Kingswood, of Nuneaton, Bedworth, and Bolkington in facing it. In this proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year, we have prioritised investment in key areas such as our town regeneration. Culture and arts are also on the menu. We support our services and our public places. We recognise the importance of investing in our parks and public buildings. Now, I'm pleased to see that the budget includes additional permanent funding of £75,000 a year for the improvements of one of our most important assets, which is our parks. And Stockingford Rec benefited from last year's funding, which the other councillor for Kingswood voted against at last year's budget. And I'm glad that other wards will also get the same opportunity as residents of Stockingford, of Kingswood have. And don't worry, I will still be voicing my residents' needs for that money in Kingswood. I also want to highlight the efforts made to limit the financial burdens of our residents and businesses. It has been stated time and time again, no one in this chamber wants to raise council tax. So we have kept it as low as we could, but it's still higher than we would like. We've also implemented cost-saving measures where appropriate. The council are not immune to the inflationary costs here, and it hits us all as taxpayers in this borough. In Kingswood, we have a strong and supportive community, and it's important that in this chamber today, that we do our part as councillors to ensure we spend our residents' money wisely so we can help with their financial stability during these financially challenging times. In conclusion, I believe the proposed budget for Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council takes a measured approach to spending, balancing the needs of our community with financial stability and financial sustainability in the future. I am proud to support this budget and I encourage all councillors to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beetham. I haven't seen any other member here. Councillor Condacall.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. It's now time for us to talk about the Conservatives' budget. And it's interesting, Councillor Beetham talking about as low a council tax as we could, when his budget gives twice the rise than the Green proposals. It also perpetuates the £1.50 parking charge, which has been such a problem, particularly in Bedworth, where people don't necessarily want to spend £1.50 for a short trip into Bedworth. There are obviously some things in the budget I like. I don't think we should have this everything is bad mentality. I'm really pleased we're getting ANPR in the Roadwalk car park. Yeah, the parking systems we have for the last 20 years haven't changed, and we do really need to modernise and have the smarter parking charge machines. But I do question putting them in Harefield Road, which we've already pointed out is a bit of why are we throwing good money after bad on that car park. Clearly, this budget's going to be challenging to achieve. Last year, you were out by almost £1 million. So it'll be interesting to see how this year's budget goes. I'm pleased by the increase in business rates we're getting in. But obviously, your increase in market charges is absolutely appalling. Yeah, we need to start, and I said this when you talked about the market charging before Cabinet, we need the market charging to be as low as possible and the incremental charges for each stall to be as low as possible. And yeah, hiking market charges is so counterproductive to our town and footfall. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Condacall. Not seeing any other member indicating to speak. Yeah. Councillor Wilson, as the secondee, you reserved your right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. No one said that this job was ever going to be easy, and I can quite categorically confirm that this year has been the most challenging that we have had to face as a council. Despite the protestations from the minority party opposite, no one could have predicted the global financial situation as we face it today. If they could have predicted that, Mr. Mayor, I would suspect that they would have put all 6 numbers on the National Lottery and would actually not be here, but somewhere in the Seychelles or some other haven that you would prefer. We have taken difficult decisions in this budget, Mr. Mayor, not because we want to, not because it is easy. Quite the opposite, in fact. It has been very hard. In fact, it has come at quite a personal cost for a number of those of us sat around this chamber. And I reiterate, Mr. Mayor, that has also included threats to members of this council and has also included death threats, including to myself. But I do not shy away, and this authority under a Conservative administration does not shy away from taking the big and the difficult decisions when they are necessary. Because we have to safeguard the financial security of this council, not just for 22-23, not just for 23-24, but for each and every single year moving forwards. And what we have seen in the opposition amendments, which our one does not do, is it is a short-termist view which puts the financial security of this council at risk. Now, do we want to put council tax up by 2.99%? No, we do not. But it is financially prudent to do so to secure our council tax base moving forwards. In fact, the difference between us and Labour was only about £2.20 per year. That is the stark reality of the percentages we're talking about. We take 13% of the overall council tax bill. So what we actually do is negligible in comparison to other authorities that make up that precept. Now, we have been line by line through this budget. In fact, I'm pretty sure officers got sick of the sight of us at one point. I know they won't actually say that, but the amount of time we have spent with officers going through these budgets has been phenomenal. And I cannot thank the officers enough for the hard work that they have put in. And we have left no stone unturned. But in making those difficult decisions, have we seen from any of the opposition parties an attempt to reverse them? No. Because they knew that deep down they were the right decisions to make, and all we got from them was bluff and bluster. And what we have had to do, whilst difficult and painful, is the right thing to do. Now, I understand that Councillor Condacor mentions about parking in Bedworth. Well, let me remind him what the former councillor for Slough used to say, Tony Lloyd. Well, there's always free parking in Bedworth anyway, because you can go park in Tesco's for as long as you like, which to an element is actually true, I'm afraid. But actually, we should have uniformity and consistency where possible between our towns, and that is why it is fair that it is £1.50 for 3 hours in Nuneaton and £1.50 for 3 hours in Bedworth. But let's also look at the good things that this budget does. We have frozen the green bin charge. We have outright rejected the possibility of going to monthly bin collections, black bin collections, which was advocated by the Green Party, and I suspect part of their amendment tonight was actually a stepping stone towards monthly bin collections, which will not suit the majority of residents in this borough. What we have also done is laid the foundations to actually start to refresh our parks across Nuneaton and Bedworth, which are far more used by the youngsters and adults alike than some of the discretionary spend that we have had to look at this year. If you look at the number of people who actually use somewhere like the Civic Hall, it is far less than the thousands of people across the year who use our 60-odd parks, I think it is, last count, that we have across Nuneaton and Bedworth. And also the fact that for £75,000 over the next 2 years, we have been able to bring in a massive £750,000 of Arts Council funding into Nuneaton and Bedworth. Money which I think we're the only one in the West Midlands to actually get that funding, because we are recognised as an area of need when it comes to the arts and culture. And what this money will do won't just be to splash it around and say, have this theatre, have that back up and running. This will be specific, measured and targeted to the very people who need it the most, starting off with our youngsters, progressing through the teenage years, giving them access to creativity and then into the skills that they will need to base a lifelong career on, moving forwards from not just the arts but also into engineering and culminating in yet another cultural celebration in 2 years' time. Look at how fantastic the Burn event was last year, Mr. Mayor. Over 70% of that funding, which was granted between us and the other funders from the DCMS, I think it was, over 70% went back into the local economy. We had thousands of people come to Bedworth, a town they had never heard of before. People from as far away as New York were reading articles about Bedworth. When was Bedworth ever talked about in New York, Mr. Mayor? It was done so under this Conservative administration. And I'm proud of that achievement, that Bedworth not only went national, it went global. And I'm also proud of the fact that we are investing in our youngsters to begin with under this budget. We take the difficult decisions, but we invest the money at the targeted areas which we need. Not the traditional scattergun approach of the Labour Party and the God knows what approach we get from the Green Party. We actually tackle the issues at source. We put our budget first, we make sure that we are secure first and foremost, and then we look at what bits we can do from here on in. And I look forward, Mr. Mayor, to the coming year when the reforms that we are instigating now transform this council from a 1970s, 1980s life on Mars pastiche to a forward-thinking, active, vibrant council that is delivering on the interests and the requirements of the residents of Nuneaton and Bedworth and Borkington. I commend this budget and thank everyone for their hard work, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. We do need to take, by law, we're required to take a recorded vote on this, I believe.
Councillor Croft had the right to, but he didn't want to.
Oh, right, I thought it was... Yeah. So, Chief Executive will now read out members' names.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If, as I read out members' names, if you could indicate whether you are for the motion, against it, or wish to abstain. Councillor Baxter Payne. Councillor Beetham. Councillor Brown. Councillor Cape. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Coventry Morton. Councillor Croft. Councillor Goetwich. Councillor Downs is apologies. Councillor Evans. Councillor Golby. Councillor Green. Councillor Guttridge. Councillor Hammersley. Councillor Hartshorn. Councillor Kenner. Councillor Condacor. Councillor Markham. Councillor Morton. Councillor Pandare. Councillor Jay Shepherd. Councillor Shires. Councillor Singh. Councillor Smith. Councillor M. Tromans. Councillor R. Tromans. Councillor Walsh. Councillor Watkins. Councillor Wilson. And Councillor Wright, who's left it. Thank you.
That vote is carried. Moving on to 11D, agenda item 11D, Housing Revenue Accounts Budget. Councillor Golby's view to propose.
Before I start, can I just ask for clarification on if the amendments are going to be proposed as separate for the two groups, the two opposition groups, because there are HRA amendments?
Councillor Condacor, do you want to indicate?
Yeah, thank you. As it helps, their budget's very similar to ours, so I'll accept theirs as a HRA amendment.
Thank you. I think that clarifies it for you then.
So I can present mine, then there'll be an amendment. Can I speak again on the amendment? Right, just to clarify that point. A bit confusing with all the amendments. So I'll get on to my presentation then. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first and foremost, I need to say a big thank you to the teams in my Housing and Communities Directorate. They all do a fantastic job working with some of the most vulnerable people in our society, and sometimes those people aren't necessarily very hospitable to them. So that should be commended. It is a testament to them that we've weathered the financial storm better than expected, and I'm really pleased to be able to present this housing revenue budget tonight. So I get criticised a lot for having a job. And how can I do this? How can I be a portfolio holder? How can I run a housing thing? How dare I? Yeah. So I set strategy. They do the delivery. They do the delivery very, very well of the strategy that we as a group and me as the portfolio holder sets. So that needs to, just get out there that, 6 jobs Golby, as I'm referred to online. Actually, I'm pretty good at all of them, so, So anyway, for those who might be unfamiliar to the Housing Revenue Account, it's the shortened to the HRA. It's basically intended to record expenditure and income about the running of the council's own housing stock and other closely related services or facilities which are provided primarily for the benefit of the council's own tenants. However, just because you're not a council tenant, it doesn't mean to say it doesn't have a material impact on you. So that again needs to be put out there. It is a facility of this council and all residents are beholden to this council. We have close to 6,000 properties in the portfolio, so it's actually quite a large number. So I'm going to hit some things head on. Yes, rent is going up. We're normally allowed to increase rents at CPI plus 1, which is the cost of inflation plus 1%. It's not normally a huge issue, but inflation is running extremely high at the moment. So this year, the government capped rents at a maximum of 7%, which doesn't actually cover our inflationary pressures. I tasked my teams to model what it would mean to both tenants and this council housing operation to increase rents by varying amounts. And from this, I concluded that the increase of 6.75% would be the most balanced approach. Although 6.75% does not cover all our inflationary costs, and it's not the maximum, it was the lowest amount that we could reasonably increase rent by, maintaining services and providing value for money to both our tenants and the taxpayer. The majority, not all of our tenants, have their rents covered by benefit payments. And it's in this process I was very mindful of those that don't have their rents covered by benefits payments. The ones that pay their own way should not be penalised. It's commendable, actually, to pay your own way in life. So this being said, the average weekly rent is rising by just over £6 to £96.04, which is still considerably lower than private sector rents in this area. And as such, I believe this amount is fair and balanced to all. It's also been pointed out earlier on that our homeless hostel rent is increasing. As has already been mentioned in public questions, the increase to homelessness temporary accommodation charges relates solely to accommodations provided by the council. It doesn't apply to other temporary accommodation that is utilised by this council, like B&Bs or hostels that we don't own, and it doesn't apply to NABSEL. And although in percentage terms it seems like a massive jump, we are starting from a very low base in comparison. The percentage increase is big. The cost reality is the change is going from £37.99 to £50 per room per night. Less than a B&B. You couldn't get a B&B around here for 50 quid a night. We've tried, honestly. It is similar to what we pay elsewhere that's not B&B, but the cost is fully recoverable, which means we get all the money back from government for that. So actually, it's a circular charge, and we're just increasing the cost to the government, which is something that I'm not shy about doing. There is a recognition on this side of the chamber that this council is not only a public body, but it's also a corporate entity, and it should behave as such. Mr. Mayor, you will have heard me mention many times over the last couple of years that we will always seek to balance the needs of our tenants with value for money for the taxpayer. This is never more relevant than now in the current economic climate that we're in. The HRA budget being presented tonight is a continuance of my previous budgets where our housing services focus not only on the public body element, but the HRA as a corporate entity too. I understand that the two, being a public body and being a corporate entity with a more commercial outlook, are not mutually exclusive. And with others in my areas of responsibility, we have not only yet again been reviewing spend, but the system itself continues to be subject to a continuous programme of continuous improvement. There are many inherited policy gaps we continue to fill, which will in future years provide a more stable footing for the HRA in the long term. This will future-proof our policies going forward, and with a corporate mindset, I can tell you it's as much about protecting this council as it is protecting our residents and taxpayers. Mr. Mayor, I have looked at how the teams in my area of leadership work together and how they can work together better in future. There is, as most people are aware, restructuring exercises that happen to improve on what we have and what we can deliver, and I'm confident this will continue to deliver positive results. We have already restructured some parts of the team, putting in place dedicated tenancy management teams and a dedicated team to tackle the scourge of ASB that we have from some tenants in our houses. These teams are, I'm pleased to say, absolutely flying, and they are really proving that they're very effective in what they do. And all this adds up to quality of life, improving the quality of life for our residents and enhancing our communities in the wider realm. It's not only internally at the council where we're asking questions, but we've improved engagement with our tenants too, giving them a voice on how the housing service is run and making our performance more transparent to them by much more direct communication. Despite considerable criticism, we've pressed on with our Church Road project, which will add to the council's temporary accommodation and reduce the cost of the general fund. This will enable us to house people with pets, ultimately taking people out of costly B&B accommodation and providing us with a saving on the pet boarding charges, which we are obliged to pay. Little known fact, we do have to board people's pets. So we're not only paying for B&B charges for residents, we're paying for B&B charges for dogs and cats and the like. It's not unfair to say that we have been hit with the effects of huge rises in inflation. However, I'm pleased to say that we will be continuing our investment in the existing housing stock to ensure our tenants have a decent, safe and affordable home. Although we're subject to inflation on material costs, work carried out by our service managers has led to them being confident that not only can the materials cost be contained, but they can be done within a reduced budget. Again, all work that needs to be commended. Again, raising the point, I set the strategy, the people that know do the delivery. That's how it works. Our current plan is a 30-year plan and seeks to deliver over 1,000 new dwellings. However, this number isn't fixed, and I would hope to improve on that amount through reinvesting income in future years and potentially when the markets aren't as volatile or not as favourable to us. Overall, rental income is performing better than the previous budget assumption. It is a fact, since I took over as portfolio holder, we have consistently had the lowest number of void properties in the council's history. Again, work that I need to commend my teams for. This means we're turning around empty properties quicker and reletting them faster than ever before. In tackling these voids, we are not only reversing the rent loss they accrue, but for every void property, as has been said before, we must pay 200% council tax. These payments come from the HRA, so we're reducing that impact on the HRA too. We've provisionally anticipated £19 million over the next 5 years for improvements and updates to our independent living stock, and this is expected not only to continue the reversing loss of rental income, but we will not need to pay the 200% council tax. We'll actually increase our council tax base, turning these properties from a net loss to an income generator. Again, commercial viewpoint. Best of all, we will be providing our residents, with some of whom are the most vulnerable in our society, with comfortable and good places to live. As with good planning, we've been horizon scanning for external factors, which may have a financial impact on the HRA, particularly in relation to the Housing White Paper. I am confident that we are prepared to deal with increased regulation and legislation. We've been financially prudent to allow us to meet our responsibilities as a landlord, and we've also been preparing with some building. So we built in Bedworth on Ashington Road as part of an MMC trial, which is modern methods of construction. On Cheverell Road, there's 8 dwellings, which we obtained £480,000 Homes England funding towards the cost of. Armisen Road on 15 dwellings, where we obtained £900,000 by Homes England funding towards the cost of this. And actually, I'm led to believe that it was turned down originally, and thanks to Matt Byrne, who went back and was doggedly determined, we actually got £900,000 for that. So, well done, Matt. We've got the same for Byford Court as well. £700,000 were secured for buildings under my tenure. We've also ensured that we exceed the required legislative minimum working balance of £500,000 on the account. To make sure that we're able to deal with any risks that may occur, we have set our minimum working balance at £1.2 million, and it will remain above that amount for the life of the plan, which is 30 years. Prudent, forward planning. We'll manage risk when it continues, and we will continue to deliver landlord services to tenants. All in all, I'm really pleased about how things are looking, given the tough economic climate that we're in. Finally, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say thank you to Director Dawson, and Vicky and her team for all the work that's gone on this. Nicola and Jane, Nicola Bottrell and Jane Grant, who hear from me pretty much every other day. Sorry about that, girls. And then Matt, of course, Matt, who has sourced a considerable amount of funding for us. I would also like to thank my communities team, who aren't necessarily on this budget. However, they deserve recognition too. And Abu and the communities team continue to do sterling work and link in with the third sector. Plus, I must also thank everybody again in your wider finance team for all the assistance they give to the communities team as well. And with that, I'd like to submit the budget, and I hope it's accepted tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gorby. Does that receive a seconder? Councillor Croft. Do
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll second and reserve my right to speak.
Preempting my question. Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move our alternative HRA. It's you've already had a copy of it. It's just reducing really the rental rise that is on, and to increase the replacement of the fleet for 9 years. And I'd hope to find a seconder for that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Does that receive a seconder? Councillor Shepherd. Did you want to speak at this point, or are you reserving your right? Thank you. Councillor Condacor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We haven't been working with Labour on these budgets, but we've come up with virtually the same idea of extending the life of the vehicles. Just by adding 1 year to the life of our massive vehicle stock, we save the council tenants £100,000. We have vans, 7-year-old vans, that have just done less than 20,000 miles. A lot of these vans are used by the workmen, plasterers, whatever, and they basically move to site at the beginning of the day. They may move off site to get some materials, but they're basically very, very low mileage vans. They're in very good condition. I've looked at the MOT things you get on the line now, and virtually everyone passes the MOT with flying colour. And yet we've replaced them after 7 years. We can clearly, for the next 9 years or 10 years, use the majority of these vans and not replace them prematurely again. And the way the accounts work is if you use an asset for more years, you spread the cost of that asset over more years. So at the moment, we assume the vans will last 7 years. Just like windows or anything else in the books, you assume how many years they'll last and you divide the cost by the years. So we actually get so much better value out of using the vans to a point in which they're still perfectly serviceable. 20,000, 30,000 mile van, absolutely fine at 9 years old. My car, I do have a car, has done 106,000 miles in what will be 12 and a half years. Yet these vans have hardly moved outside the borough. And to waste the council taxpayer or the council house residents' rents payments on repeatedly replacing vans is mad. We need to get these things working harder. And we've got so many people in our council housing who have very limited means. They may be on food banks, they may be on low-paid jobs. And all the rubbish I get about car parking charges, well, actually, the people in our council houses need as low a rent as we can afford. And if I could, I would get an even lower rental charge for them. So I fully support this amendment. We really need to do better. And actually, I'd probably amend it again in future years. But I'm going to be voting for the Labour amendment because it gives the lowest council tax, lowest council rent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condacor. Councillor Guttridge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I disagree. The van is a workhorse. It is loaded up to the gunnels, and after 9 years, it's on its knees. It's a workhorse, and the cost of ownership for 9 years is horrendous. I've done it in the companies I've worked for, we got to the stage where 5 years was maximum because you've got all the chaps' kit, everything in, and it's a workhorse. And as you said, I hope it doesn't go out the borough because it's only there to do the borough's council houses. But I strongly disagree because you've got the MOT, you've got the tyres, you've got the service, you've got the shock absorbers, you've got the doing the lights, doing maintenance is horrendous, and I can prove it with what we've done over the years at the companies I've worked for. So I disagree with 9 years. I think it's far too long. It's false economy. You go down to a 5-year where you can get a guarantee for 5 years so you know your fixed cost. And if you're cute, you buy a service package so you can buy a service package so you know exactly what you're paying for, even down to the cost of services because you're locked in. I've just done it with my Volkswagen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Guttridge. Councillor Evans, did you indicate to speak on the amendment or substantive? Okay, thank you. You indicating to speak? No one else? Councillor? Before? Right, okay. Sorry, Councillor Shepherd, I believe you have the right to reply before Councillor Golby.
You reserve the right to speak.
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, well, I'm all right now, I'm all. But thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. In supporting the amendment, yes, we did look at how much a resident is going to have to pay and felt we needed to go lower than that to keep their expenses down as much as we possibly could, which is why we said, in terms of the fleet, I think Councillor Guttridge and I will have to agree to disagree on that matter, because having worked in that department as a former cabinet member, I am aware of the structure and how it works. So, while, yes, we have borrowed out of the reserves, I think in terms of keeping the expenses down for the residents, that is why the proposal is there for 5.7. And I'm happy to support that. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm really surprised to see no electric vehicles in this. Not a single one. Considering all the complaints that were made about us not electrifying our fleet, not a single electric vehicle in this amendment. Perhaps that's because some of the vehicles that are electric are too expensive for us, like the $1.2 million fire engine that the Labour group were posting about not that long after we renewed our fleet agreement. So, or perhaps it's because of the ones in, is it Brighton? Green-controlled Brighton that don't actually function properly to fulfil the job that they need to do. So, not a surprise, kind of surprised, but not surprised. There's also nothing in here to build a, what was it, a substation at Gresham Road to power all these vehicles. Not a whiff of that in any of these budgets. So, you say one thing and then you do another, which is, like my colleague has said, more faces than the town hall clock. I don't think that the amendments to the HRA are relevant. I think a lot of homework has been done, and trust me, I agonised over the rents. I really did, but I did take the view that the majority of rents aren't actually paid out of pocket by the people living in the properties. They are paid from benefit payments. But I was mindful, very, very mindful of people who pay their own way. Having been in that position myself, I know what it's like. But we do have to provide a balance to the service that we want, the service that we get, and the service that we can afford. And that is where we are with the rents at 6.75%. Well, I know other boroughs have gone and put their rents up to the full 7%, but I was extremely reluctant to do that. I'm not going to accept this amendment. Like I say, it's to say one thing and actually do another. It's like the Civic Hall, isn't it? They say one thing and they do another. The vehicles, say one thing, do another. Electrification, say one thing, do another. There's a pattern of behaviour going on here. So I'll thank you, Mr Mayor, and we can move to the vote on the amendment, if that's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. So the amendment for the housing revenue account budget proposed by the Labour group. All those in favour? 3. Those against? Any abstentions? None. That amendment is lost. We now revert to the substantive motion. Councillor Evans, you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And, you know, this isn't actually a doom and gloom budget. There's actually a lot of aspirational stuff in the housing revenue account budget. A few things I want to mention. I think the council leadership would accept that for some time there has been an issue with respect to grounds maintenance in the housing revenue account. And I probably didn't realise the point myself until a few years ago that grounds maintenance within our housing complexes is completely outside of the Glendale grounds maintenance contract. So I do welcome the fact that in the HRA budget we are seeing an increase provision in funding towards housing grounds maintenance, and I hope we will see some improved standards from that. Again, we're seeing more money going into housing repairs, and you know that's a really good thing that we should be shouting about. We all come across cases in our wards where perhaps standards aren't as high as they probably should be, and I know that our officers have always been proactive in sorting those issues out, and I'm pleased to see that funding has increased there, and funding has also increased to the Bedworth area hostel, which was a great initiative, and I'm really pleased that this council, under the new leadership, has carried that scheme on. You know, for many years, we were seeing very upsetting cases where Bedworth families were becoming homeless and were putting in bed and breakfast accommodation as far as Tamworth and Birmingham, and it's that hostel that has prevented that from happening and has made sure that those families get to remain in Bedworth. So I'm pleased to see that that funding is actually increasing by just over £8,000 in the next financial year. So I actually think it's very aspirational, like I say, and as the chair of the Housing Scrutiny Committee, it will certainly get my support.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Condacall.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I'd like to echo some of the comments about the hard-working staff in the housing department. Obviously, we've got a lot of council housing in Wellington, and I know we've had difficulties with tenants, we've had things that need fixing, and the housing officers do a very good job in a very difficult position a lot of the time. So I do hope it's not a political issue. I think everyone recognises how difficult a job they do. There probably isn't enough of them. In terms of the budget, the one thing that you haven't used to actually keep council house rents down is energy efficiency. You misquoted our budget earlier when we had 200,000 set aside for solar panels, because we actually said including sheltered housing. It wasn't just the street lights and all these things we wanted to green up. We want to green up the housing revenue account. Most of the £1.9 million of electricity bill will sit in housing. Yeah, we have some of our housing heated by electricity, some of it heated by gas. We've got district heating systems. We really need to be greening up and making the housing part of the council more efficient so that we can keep council house rents down. If you look at the paperwork, the inflationary pressures on the HRA must obviously be ignored, the inflation to the value of our property. We've got massive depreciation charges, about £8 million in the HRA, and that is a really big part of the cost. Yeah, we charge depreciation, profit losses, where the value of our housing stock must go up with inflation. Yeah, house prices have been rising at 10% in recent years, our HRA properties will be getting more valuable. And so I think we do need to revalue our HRA properties and look at some of these issues. And I say energy efficiency really important. And one thing I also don't notice in the HRA budget is stuff to regularise the highways on HRA sites. Cleaver Gardens and many other sites have roads that are deteriorating and in urgent need of repair, and residents don't care if they're owned by the Borough Council or the County Council, but I think the HRA budget needs to sort out, do we need to repair them? Do we need to get the County Council to repair them? Because at the moment they're in this sort of black hole between the two. So I hope Councillor Golby can clarify where we're going with that in terms of HRA. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condacor. Councillor Croft, I'm not seeing anyone else indicating. You indicated you want right to reply as seconder.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I shall say very little because I think that after Councillor Golby spoke, the job has been done. The thing I will just highlight again is that this is another example of how we are moving to a much more corporate mindset at this council. We are actually planning for the future. We are taking a much more sustainable approach. Obviously, no one wants to put the rents up, like at all. Nobody would want that. But we have taken the view that to be prudent, we must set budgets that can be sustainable into the future. And the HRA we've presented tonight does come with a deficit. However, the HRA is assessed over a 30-year business plan, which is different to the general fund. But that is the minimal level of rent rise that we can get away with on this budget. So I did just want to emphasise that point, Mr. Mayor. Otherwise, I shall sit down and let Councillor Golby sum up.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. Councillor Golby, did you wish to sum up?
So I think the two main points that were raised are the greening up of council properties, which we are actually doing. We're looking at a major capital expenditure on some of our flats. Sorry, it's a bit late, so I'm losing my train of thought. Some of our flats, basically, the concrete balconies are part of one main slab. So the cold actually radiates into the property through the slab of the balcony. So we're actually looking to do a major reconstruction work by removing these concrete balconies, replacing them with balconies that don't actually interject into the house and will not radiate the cold in. We are then looking to insulate those properties. So to say that we're not looking at greening up, quote unquote, our properties is wrong. We are actually looking at an awful lot. It's not line by line in this budget. The teams are working flat out to get this sort of thing done. There are capital programmes coming on. Again, with the new properties that we build, they have to be of a high standard. And I am not one to advocate for the green policies to be the driving factor. Actually, what my point is, as far as the green policies go, we should leave the world in a better place than we found it, in a better condition than we found it. However, the majority of the drivers that I look at in our properties are to reduce fuel poverty. Not the green element is a consequence of that. So the primary driver for me is actually, can we reduce the cost of living in our properties? And if we help with the insulation, then yeah, we can. And the green stuff comes as a nice aside to that. But that, for me, that is not the primary driver. And for most of our residents who live in our properties, not one of them has ever said to me, I'm really worried about my carbon footprint. But they have said, I'm really worried because I'm not sure where my electricity bill's going. So that's the driver for me, Mr. Mayor. And what was the other point that you raised? I can't remember. What? Cleaver Gardens. Cleaver Gardens has been going on for 50 years. You know this. It's in a process, it's in a legal process, you know this, and it gets brought up all the time. We cannot do anything with Cleaver Gardens because legally the ownership is in dispute, it's uncertain, it's not ours. We have to prioritise work on property and on land that we know we own. Not just rock up and tarmac some road because we think it might be ours, but actually we know it's not. because Cleaver Gardens should have been adopted somewhere in the 1970s or something ridiculous like that. So as much as you like to wheel this out all the time for brownie points, you know the score. It's been said time and time and time again. We can't do it. We don't know the ownership of the property. We can't tarmac something that's not ours. I wouldn't do it to anybody else's driveway, and I'm not going to use our staff to do it there. Until it's clarified, we can't do it. That's not to say that we aren't working on getting that clarification, because we are, but we don't have it yet. So that is where we are with Cleaver Gardens. I'm really pleased with this budget. It's a tight budget in really trying circumstances, but the teams are working extremely hard to reduce costs and increase output. And again, I have to say, every one of them to a man is pulling their weight on this. So I'm happy to present it. I'm confident that even though it may not set the world on fire, we are on a strong and steady course to carry on and to deliver for our residents and also for the taxpayers, Mr Mayor. So I'll thank you very much, and I'll move the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. We do need, by law again, we're required to have a recorded vote. Chief Executive, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If councillors could again indicate whether they are for the proposals, against them, or wish to abstain. Councillor Baxter-Payne. Councillor Beetham. Councillor Brown. Councillor Cape. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Cook. Sorry. Councillor Coventry Morton. Councillor Croft. Councillor Kovacevic. Councillor Evans. Councillor Golby. Councillor Green. Councillor Guttridge. Councillor Hammersley. Councillor Hartshorn. Councillor Kenna. Councillor Condacor. Councillor Markham. Councillor Morton. Councillor Pandair. Councillor Jane Shepherd. Councillor Singh. Councillor Smith. Councillor M. Tromans. Councillor R. Tromans. Councillor Walsh. Councillor Watkins. And Councillor Wilson.
Substantive. Sorry, got me at it. Substantive motion is carried. Right, we move on to 11E, the capital budget. Councillor Croft.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. You'll be relieved to hear that over the course of the evening, my remarks will get shorter and shorter, and as myself and Councillor Golby have already referred to the general thrust of the capital budget, the capital programmes in our main speeches, and the points we would like to highlight, I will essentially just move the report, although I will highlight that we are finally presenting our capital programme in terms of 3-year budgeting, which allows us to track the slippage and the projects over their lifetime. But I will just move the report at this hour, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. Is that seconded?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will second that and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Condacor, are you wishing to speak on this?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think you're about to forget my name. It's been such a long evening. The table is really useful. Can I thank Councillor Croft for finally doing the Appendix 2, because that does actually show us what is going on, but it also shows us how big a problem we've got. If you look at the profile into future years on page 48 and 49, we have £26 million of projects that have been running late. That's quite an astronomical amount. The only good thing about that is it means £26 million less we need to borrow this year, but then we need to borrow it next year when it gets done. I am very concerned, of course, by the amount we're doing altogether, and particularly the Bridge to Living scheme, which you see on there, which is a £7 million approved project. We've got so much of that still to do. We've only just got through planning, and I think we need to actually look about pushing it back further just to help our cash flow. The borrowing, which will be the treasury report, which is the next report, It's some eye-watering amounts needed to be borrowed for these projects. Also, I'd like to ask if the flood alleviation work, which is £500,000 this year and £500,000 in the future years, is actually going to happen. And it seems to now have a 999998, strangely, in the proposed budget. So if Councillor Croft knows anything about the flood alleviation work, because that is really essential to us actually rebuilding parts of the town centre, because no one will want to buy a shop or rent accommodation in there if we haven't got the flood zone problems out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condacor. Councillor Brett Beetham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll keep this short as the evening is long and the speeches have been quite long as well, not looking at anyone in particular, Councillor Croft. But yeah, just to highlight again some of the great news in here, such as more CCTV with wireless technology and upgrading that. But it has come to my attention that the Labour Party in Nuneaton has on Facebook blasted it that there's no new properties going to be built. And if we have a look at the capital fund for the HRA, 4.5 million 23-24, 3.7 24-25, 8.3 million pounds spent 25-26. That's 16.5 million to be spent on new properties within the borough. Now, obviously, Labour are in full agreement with Conservative policy here, as they have not sought any amendments on this, and will be building the exact same if they had amended anything here. But furthermore, that investment, and along with 1.5 million in acquiring new property as well on page 51. Anybody who has talked to their residents, myself in Kingswood, Camp Hill, or again, any ward, is vastly aware of the waiting lists that we currently have in the borough and how important that the funding for this is. So I do say please pass the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beetham. Not seeing any other member. Oops, sorry, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good to see on here the independent living unit remodelling again. It's just a pity that the work couldn't have been done sooner, because that then takes out 40 units a week that are in the difficult to let category, and they cost us 200% council tax and loses the rental income. So I've noted the comment on here, hoping to start feasibility in the new year, but I think that was probably the same comment as was last year. So I do hope that we can progress with that as soon as possible, really, because that is really needed to be going on with. There are other sites that could be built. I see that we've got Bedworth Court in here. There was also land at Vale View that was going to be built. Still don't know where that is. And it's good to see that the fireworks are still going ahead, because there's a lot of work needed to do to bring our properties up to some sort of standard with that. The conversion of the homeless hostels, I'm glad to see that's still there, and that needs to be done as well as soon as possible. I understand that we've got a lack of officers to bring these things to where we need them, but we do need them doing as soon as possible to help this council with the budgets going forward. That's all I really want to say on this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Councillor Golby.
Just to respond to those comments, I said in my previous speech that we've got the lowest number of voids that this council has ever had on my tenure. So I'm not sure exactly what more I need to do, because I'm doing better than you did when you were portfolio holder. Also, the ILU's conversation is a live conversation at the moment. It is something that is happening as we speak. It is live. The discussions on what is where and what needs to be where is ongoing. The conversions, again, I'm glad we've finally seen that the conversions are being met with approval, considering Church Road, you've been like a bit of a dog with a bone on that one. So hopefully that will now cease and we can get on with getting on. So yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think it's unfair to say that we're not dealing with the issue with voids, because, as I've said, again, lowest number of voids that the council has ever had on my tenure. And I will stand here and I'm actually proud of that. And I will keep reminding Councillor Watkins of that. And all the other stuff that has been brought up, you failed to do on your watch too. I'm sorting things out. I've had a lot of stuff to pick up. And that's why we're running a little bit late. Like I say, I walked into a policy desert in some areas. We didn't even have a policy to cover damp and mould in our own council properties. How ridiculous. So there's been a bit of a reset pressed. And again, as I've said before, I set the strategy, the team do the delivery, and they're doing a really good job under some testing circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. I'm seeing no other indication. I'll return to the seconder, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm only going to speak specifically about the item which is in my portfolio, which is the flood alleviation scheme. I'm limited in what I can say to Councillor Condacor because there are ongoing discussions between us, the County Council, and the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities. I think I've said that one right. But what I can say that is already having a benefit from the flood alleviation works, whatever happens, is that the maps have been redrawn about the flood zones in the Nuneaton town centre. This means that, in particular, we've been able to update the Environment Agency, where the current modelling shows where the flood zones 1, 2 and 3 will occur, or could occur, I should say, in the Nuneaton town centre, which will have an impact, for example, on existing insurances, and shows, from memory, a number of elements of the town centre are now removed from flood zones or are actually shown as reducing compared to where they were when the maps were drawn decades ago, quite frankly. So regardless of what happens with the flood alleviation scheme itself, the benefit that we have no matter what is that those maps are up to date and will have a real live effect on the businesses in the Nuneaton town centre.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Croft, did you have anything to add? We now, again, by law, we're required to have a recorded vote. So,
thank you, Mr. Mayor. If Councillor could indicate whether they are for, against, or wish to abstain. Councillor Baxter Payne. For. Councillor Beetham. For. Councillor Brown. For. Councillor Cape. For. Councillor Clark. For. Councillor Cooper. For. Councillor Coventry Morton. For. Councillor Croft. For. Councillor Kuretovich. For. Councillor Evans. For. Councillor Golby. Councillor Green. For. Councillor Guttridge. For. Councillor Hammersley. For. Councillor Hartson's left the room at the moment. Yep. Councillor Kenner. For. Councillor Condacor. Councillor Markham. For. Councillor Morton. For. I'll get it at the end. Councillor Pandare. Councillor J. Shepherd. Councillor Singh. Councillor Smith. Councillor M. Tromans. Councillor R. Tromans. Councillor Walsh. Councillor Watkins. Councillor Wilson. And Councillor Hartshorn. Thank you. That's passed.
thank you. That is passed as also. Moving on then to 11F, council tax. Councillor Croft.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I had hoped to be able to bring the actual resolution that allows us to collect the council tax, add up the precepts and give authority, delegate authority to our officers to represent us in court for issues of non-payment, but our good friends at the County Council and the Police and Crime Commissioner haven't given us the signed and sealed documents which allow us to formally do that yet. So, Mr Mayor, I'm going to have to move that we defer the approval of the Council Tax Resolution to a Council Tax Committee on the 27th of February, and that the composition of which will be decided by the usual proportionality rules, and that the Conservative nominees for that are Councillor Christopher Wilson, Councillor Jeff Clark, Councillor Samuel Croft, Councillor Brett Beetham and Councillor Richard Baxter Payne, with the nominees from the opposition parties to be submitted to the Chief Executive at a later date. And I'll just point out, Mr Mayor, that we are hopefully resolving this issue in future, because next year the council tax setting meeting will be considerably later in February. So I shall move that.
Does that receive a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr Mayor, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Condacall.
Thank you very much. If we do have a place, I'll be the elected member for that role. And could you clarify the later date for next year? Because it is useful to know what is happening with these things. Thank you.
I think that will come out as part of the council's calendar, so that will be clarified in the new year. Thank you, Councillor Condacall. So again, yeah, the civic year, yes. Yeah. So that's deferred, proposed. All those in favour? Any against? That's unanimous. Right, we continue. 11G, Treasury Strategy and Budgetary Framework. Councillor Croft.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I shall move the report almost as written. I will just point out that this borrowing is expected to be very high, as has been pointed out this evening, but we are prioritising internal borrowing rather than external borrowing. And before we go to long-term big lenders in the new strategy that we presented this evening, we will be prioritising short-term local authority borrowing. And I do just want to reassure Councillor Condacall, because I know what he's going to say, is that the cash flow is a frequent subject of conversation between myself and the 151 officer, and we are quite confident that we'll be able to maintain our cash flow over the life of the capital programme. Otherwise, it's nearly 11 o'clock, so I shall move the report, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. Is that seconded?
I'll second that, Mr Mayor, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Condacall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm quite often accused of not having the right qualifications to comment on this Treasury stuff. But I've been doing it for an awful long while. I commented on the budget, so the Treasury Management Report in 2008, when the previous Labour administration back then lost £3 million in Iceland. So I think I am qualified enough as an engineer and someone quite good at maths to have a look at these figures. And it scares the hell out of me to see the debt on page 61, which is external borrowing. That's after you've done all your tricks of net borrowing, etc., going from 80 million to 122 million pounds in the next year. I think Councillor Croft does need to explain how and where we're going to borrow all that money from, and at what horrendous rate we might have to borrow it if we get another downturn in Conservative economic management and another hike in interest rates. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condacall. I'm sure your qualifications are well known. Councillor Croft, sorry, anyone else wanting to speak? By law. Sorry. Oh. Sorry, Councillor Wilson. I'm missing you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, I've been breathing for 35 years. It doesn't make me qualified to be a cardiothoracic surgeon. At the end of the day, Mr Mayor, we have a genuine qualified Section 151 officer who has signed off the reports as being sustainable. In fact, she has been quite robust in terms of informing Cabinet what is or is not sustainable in terms of borrowing. I would refer Councillor Condacor indeed to the Cabinet report of I think it was the 14th of January, where it was quite explicit that with the problems with the inflationary pressures on the physical activity hub, she would not authorise any additional borrowing because of the financial strain it would place on this authority, and that we would have to look for alternative sources of funding, which we have been doing, and we've been working damn hard at, Mr Mayor. And I know that Councillor Markham is in communications at least on every other day with officers and indeed the rest of Cabinet. So I know whose view I will trust, Mr Mayor, the genuine accountant and not the wannabe cardiothoracic surgeon.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Again, we need to take recorded votes. The Chief Executive will run through the names again.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Again, if members can indicate whether they're for, against or wish to abstain. Councillor Baxter Payne? For. Councillor Beetham? For. Councillor Brown? For. Councillor Cape? For. Councillor Clark? For. Councillor Cooper? For. Councillor Coventry Morton? For. Councillor Croft? For. Councillor Kovacevic? For. Councillor Evans? For. Councillor Golby? For. Councillor Green? For. Councillor Gutteridge? Councillor Hammersley, Councillor Hartshorn, Councillor Kenner, Councillor Condacor, Councillor Markham, Councillor Morton, Councillor Pandare, Councillor J Shepherd, Councillor Singh, Councillor Smith, Councillor M. Tromans, Councillor R. Tromans, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Watkins, Councillor Wilson. That's carried, Mr Mayor.
That's carried. Small item of any other business. You might have thought we were all done, but it is going to be a very small one. Councillor Croft.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. He rises again to a chorus of groans, but I do think it's very appropriate after a meeting like this that I move a formal vote of thanks to our new Director of Finance and 151 Officer, Director Summerfield, our Interim Head of Finance, Lucy Bate, and all those finance officers who have contributed to the budget process. When we did the interview, she did say she liked a challenge. I don't think we quite saw how challenging it was going to be, but I don't think we can ever adequately express our thanks for the great strides we've taken in the last 9 months. So I shall move that, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Wilson.
And I am more than delighted to second that, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Condacor.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I obviously have great gratitude for the officers signing off our budgets, etc. Unfortunately, it was quite late. I'm not blaming the officers because obviously they were detained doing all the main budgets. But I do want to thank them, but also ask that we can do things a bit earlier next year, so I'm not having things signed off on the Monday. But it's not a criticism of the officers because, yeah, there's not enough of them and there's not enough days in the week. Thank you.
I'm not seeing anyone else indicating, so I will move to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. And rightly so. Thank you, everyone, for your forbearance with us this evening. And I thank everybody's input. It's been a lively debate, but well worth it, I think. Thank you again and have a safe journey home. Meeting is closed.